Hello, welcome to the stream. It is another day of ENNIE week. It is the last day of ENNIE week. Today we are looking at the fifth and final nominee, Spine, or Siderius Plugs' Immortality in 99 Endnotes Revised Edition. This is a book by Asa Donald. As far as I know, it's basically House of Leaves, the solo RPG, based on my flipping through and seeing upside down pages. And nothing will dissuade me of this first impression. So the other games we looked at so far this week have been The Bonsai Diary, which is a drawing game that I'm very bad at drawing, but had a good time. Odyssey of the Giant, a journaling RPG about taking a giant, which are an endangered species, to some haven in the north. Pirouettes, a horror game about ballet, very relatable to us all. Song of the Scriptworm, a mystery solving game using a kind of divination-like oracle system, and now finally Spine. So, as with all of the other games, I've only looked at Spine very briefly, just enough to work out what we need to play it with, and we're going to use the physical book for that, because we'll need to turn things upside down and possibly write in the book, which is very strange to contemplate. I'm not a person who writes in my books, but that's what we're gonna do. Hey Holt, I'm glad you enjoyed Song of the Scriptum. Hopefully Spine will be just as fun. And after I've played through this, don't know how long it will take, but however long it takes, I will rank these 5 games based on my very subjective and personal opinions on how meriting an award they are, I suppose. So, let's get to it, and we're not going to use the PDF at all here, as this is a game intended to be played with a physical book, so I have here the physical book. And you can see my amazing high-tech VTuber camera cover here, which I'll just move out of the way. So, here we have the book, Spine. It says, Spine is a solo teaching RPG that looks like a book. You are a researcher who has inherited this strange book from an estranged relative. You play by reading the book and following the prompts in the endnotes, but you soon discover you are being absorbed by the book. Piece together the story without losing yourself in it. So this isn't so much a rule book as such, this is the game. So I don't know exactly what we'll need. I have some paper to make notes, and I think we do have some guidance at the beginning, but then the rest of the book is just the game. So it says, to the reader. Beware. Inside you will encounter possession, loss of bodily control, and child abuse, verbal and manipulative. If you experience unexpectedly unexpectedly strong emotions, I see. If you experience unexpectedly strong emotions that are painful or accompany past trauma, stop playing immediately and connect with someone you trust. This book, crossed out, game, is Siderius Plugs' Spine, Immortality in 99 Endnotes, written by Asa Donald along with other credits. And here are, I think this is the entirety of the rules, pretty much. Yeah, we basically just get right into the game after this page here. So Spine is meant to be played with a printed book. To play, sign your name in the Ex Libris, which I will do. So I normally don't write in my books, not because of any perception that books are special sacred objects that need to be kept pristine. I just take great care of all my belongings, so writing in a book is kind of weird, but this is a print on demand book I got specifically for this stream, so that's fine. I'm now thinking it would be kind of cool to write my name in cuneiform, but I don't really remember the appropriate cuneiform off the top of my head. Okay, I've got this noted down somewhere. Okay, right. I'm not going to write the whole thing because Gi is a weirdly complicated symbol in cuneiform. But we can at least write Anna. That's the An. And then the Na is, let's see, what's the appropriate, what's the stroke order here? I think we start with this. Then we have a block kind of going that way, and then we have one going that way, and we've got to kind of make like a square here. This would be much easier if I was using, obviously, like a stylus and a clay tablet. And then we have 4 horizontal strokes in the middle that are very small. And I've run out of space. That's close enough. There we go. Read a note and the preface. Then read the book. For each page, read any of the endnotes that spark your interest and choose one for its prompt. If you read past a vortex symbol, so this little swirly thing here, in endnotes, you are sucked in and must choose that endnote and its prompt. Return to the page and follow the chosen prompt. Strike the prompt when you are done unless instructed otherwise. When instructed to advance your clock, pick a clock at the back of the book for this playthrough and follow its instructions. Your story ends when you finish the final chapter, so clocks. I see, so we have a number of clocks here. When instructed to advance the clock, draw a part of your face in the portrait frame. It's going to be a very stylized depiction of a face. I'm bad at drawing. Use a pencil and strike that part from the list afterwards. When instructed to reverse the clock, erase a part from your face and it's strike through. Okay, so I'll grab a rubber, which I believe is a very funny term to Americans, and you call it an eraser, but let me just get that. Okay. After 1 or 2 playthroughs, give away the book, trade it with a friend, place it in a little free library, hide it in the shelves of a public library, mail it anonymously to an unsuspecting victim. Okay, so a note. That's here, right? Yes, yes. I was going through Grandma's rare book collection and found this odd little thing. It's strange how modern it looks, but it must have been one of her most prized possessions. It was locked inside that thick glass case of hers. At any rate, it belongs to you now. I know that must be surprising to hear, considering you and her were on the worst terms. If you don't mind me being blunt, but her will was very clear that this book should go to you. Maybe Grandma was able to overlook your differences for once. Now that you're a fellow academic, you'll probably appreciate it more than the rest of the family. Yours, Algie Dot. And then we have the preface from Siderius Plug. Fellow researcher, I present you with this book with the hope that you, in whatever age you may be, have gained the knowledge that I lack to explain the oddities described herein. Like the humble bumblebee, I have gathered this anthology from the most curious flowers, and more like an ambitious scientist have I stitched them together at the spine, combining all into one monstrous form, so that they can travel and walk to you through the years. Although of different eras and authors, these works are surely of the same species and meant to be studied together. There are secrets in these books, but they are beyond the comprehension of many. Even I am overcome with a sudden shudder and a desperate urge to slam the covers before losing myself among the pages. In my endnotes, I have tried to explain these works to the best of my ability, but there are still many secrets hidden within. Be persistent, dear reader. Help me in my endeavour. Siderius Plug, PhD. I wonder what his doctorate is in. Okay, I guess we're now just into the game. So we have 3 quotes on this page. We have, May the sword of anathema slay the arrant thief who steals this book away. May the shield of anathema protect this book from dusty shelves unread. A medieval book curse. An unsullied book is a smear against the author. A pristine book is a book defiled. By Alexander Pope. I disagree with Alexander Pope here. A pristine book is a good thing indeed. Books shelter secrets of their bygone masters until you bind the bastards to your will. Remind them that you are their master now. No tome will resist your interrogations. If you mark it, strike it, blot its paper, turn page into prison, pen to inquisition. Marginalia from the Gripes Grimoire. Okay, our table of contents. We have excerpts from De Anima Libri, 1624, by R. René Gobart. On Ludius Pigres, excerpted from Brief Biographies of Base Villains, 1655, by John Aubrey, RFS. That'll be, I was about to say something to do with the Royal Society, but that'll be FRS. That'll be Fellow of the Royal Society. I'm not sure what RFS is. 3 is the Diary of Samantha Crepes, the Necromancer's Wife, 1726 to 1729. A Bloody Tyrant Time, A Corona by Edna Elliott, and The Sleeper Awakes by Russell Dupigi. Okay, let's get going. Excerpts from the Anima Libri. So I did have a brief flip through, obviously, to work out what I need to play this game, and that is why there's no dice or anything, and also why I think this is like House of Leaves the RPG, because we have upside down pages, and there's some pages with weird formatting and stuff on. But in terms of like the end notes, the actual prompt, I have no idea what to expect. Okay. In eternal lines, a book is form and content, just as we are body and soul. The words, the ink, the paragraph of the book is its body, and this body carries the soul, the ideas of the author. The reader is a reaper who harvests words and collects their souls. We have an endnote here, endnote 1. And let's see, it said we pick one of the endnotes for each page, right? Read any of the endnotes that spark your interest and choose one for its prompt. If you read past a vortex symbol in an endnote, you are sucked in and must choose that endnote and its prompt. Okay, so there's a little bit of danger in looking at these endnotes then, because if we get a vortex symbol, we're stuck with it. I immediately forgot what I read. Yes, for each page. Okay, I'm going to read the whole page and I'll pick an endnote based on an interesting sentence. A book is nearly living, like a homunculus. Endnote 2. The author is its parent, a magician. The pale fire of the book's soul has been lit by the author from their own, and the book is sent on its merry way throughout the ages to faithfully recite its master's words. In this way, so many authors have sought their immortality by trying to write timeless books. No better method is there to defeat time, they think, than to build a physical construct that can be so cheaply produced and reproduced, rarely shedding sparks from its pale flame. Endnote. Time may come with his scythe, carving graves and trenches into their face. Flesh is fleeting, but scripta manent, the written word remains. Eventually, the author dies. They wait in wrapping sheets beneath the earth for the next magical moments in which they are briefly resurrected in the mind of the reader. Let's go look at... So we have 3 endnotes here. Let's go look at endnote 1, see what we can expect here. And I'm going to grab a bookmark. If I can reach one without getting up. Yep. Actually, I'm going to get a nice bookmark. One moment. Okay, let's get back to our endnotes here. And what's a good bookmark for our endnotes? So this is a collection of bookmarks I bought from the same person on Etsy, I think. Let's go for this for our endnotes. Now I have a bookmark to mark our current place as well. So here with the introduction. Let's go for this blue flower one. And we have more bookmarks if we need them. Alright, so we're looking for endnote 1. The Anima Libri collect their souls. The sentence was... hang on, no, that's not the beginning. Here's the beginning. The reader is a reaper who harvests words and collects their souls. Collects their souls. The reader derives meaning from the words as labourer winnows, as a labourer winnows grain from the chaff, and as time collects the soul from the body. A little note here. Grandma was an arrogant and hateful collector of books. She was a wealthy armchair scholar who fancied herself an expert on 18th century print culture. You'll never forget the day she caught you in her special collection. You feel compelled to seek revenge for what she did to you over her precious books. In the margins, address an angry note to Grandma, saying what you wish you could have said to her face. Then set the book down on a hard surface and strike her name with the first object that comes to hand. Strike it again until the page is ripped, cut, or dented. Okay, so that will be end note. That'll be prompt 1 for the page. Interesting. We also have prompt 2. So we have 3 prompts on this first page. Prompt 2 is homunculus, a very small humanoid, artificially created, an alchemist's servant. CF de natura rerum. Grandma treated you like her little research assistant when you were a child. She was a researcher of 18th century literature, and she was fueled by cruelty. One day, she caught you doodling a little man in the margins of her books, and she banned you from her home. Ironically, you were pretending to be like her and Grandpa. In the margins, recreate the doodle. Instead of admiration, express your pain or heartache in the drawing. And thirdly, because we have 3 endnotes on this first page, it's pale flame, Shakespeare. Timon of Athens. The moon's an arrant thief, and her pale fire she snatches from the sun. This allusion is the second occurrence in 3 paragraphs, and implies the book's soul is derivative, snatched from the author. Your grandma had a fiery temper, and she smokes like a chimney. She was a big-shot scholar. You were a curious 7-year-old babysat by cigarette butts at an unattended lighter. Some of her papers caught fire, and she never let you visit again. You feel compelled to seek revenge. Burn or tear the edges of the page. Okay, so none of these had the vortex symbol in, so I'm free to pick any of these for this first page. And it was indeed 1 prompt per page, right? Yes, 1. And then we should strike the prompt from the page because none of these tell us not to do that. Okay, let's go for... let's go for homunculus. So I'm going to strike this prompt from the page. It feels so weird doing this. Just as an aside, I have this problem with games that have a legacy element, like physical games that have a legacy element, where are instructed to put stickers in the rulebook or cross things out or whatever, because it means you can't replay it. Right? Like the game is kind of a one-time experience, because once you've engaged with the legacy element, you can't revisit the game as it was originally. I suppose this is kind of mitigated by there being a bunch of prompts for each page. But anyway, now next to this homunculus guy here, I need to draw a doodle that, let's see, I'm drawing a doodle of a little man that expresses pain or heartache. Okay, it's going to be very very interpretive because of my terrible drawing skills. I'm thinking maybe want to focus on the face, which is going to be a big circle because that's all I can do. Okay. This is basically a child's doodle. That's what I'm recreating here. I'm going to draw like a little body to indicate we're focusing on the face here. And let's have like tears kind of pooling on the ground, like around the little figure. Okay. Okay, so continuing on, we're still in this theme about books being souls. It is a form of transubstantiation, end note, when the body of text transforms into the author's very words, as if they echoed through the halls of time to reach the reader's ears and surprise our unsuspecting listener. Harnessing the soul of the book. The flaw in this method is that the written word survives only if it is so enchanting as to take on a life of its own and fascinate the literati of subsequent generations. But what if you are not Pygmalion? End note. What if you're like me, dear reader, and little more than an unskilled hack? What if you know the magic words but cannot put the sorcery into the spell? Shakespeare was a magnificent Prospero, but no one remembers a groat's worth of Robert Greene's wit. End note. I am a Robert Greene, Lecter. I seek immortality, but I desire methods much less fallible. Greatness should not be a prerequisite for eternal life. All will decay one day, good or no. There is a child's adage of pleasant inevitability. End note. Yet its true wisdom, the good candy came anyways. Yet its true wisdom is more unpleasant and can be understood only when spoken aloud. And so I raise this overwhelming question from the dead: what if words transmitted more than ideas? What if the printed word could carry the soul? Okay. So we have 4 endnotes on this page: 4, 5, 6, and 7. Transubstantiation, the transformation of bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ. While many denominations interpret this change literally or symbolically, some take it to mean a more spiritual transfer of essence, and I have seen out the corner of my eye there is a vortex symbol there, so I'm not going to read beyond that. Someone has circled this word. Was it Grandma? She was not the superstitious type, and yet was a firm believer in souls and ghosts. This was her type of magic, and she used to tell you about it, like it was your little secret. Or she did, until the incident. But wait, that underlined phrase, you notice something odd about it. Okay. Pygmalion, a mythological artist who was so skilled that his art came to life. Before the incident, Grandma took you to one of her special meetings for the Pygmalion Society, an artists' guild who believed that their craft was a form of magic. You were a kid, you told her it was silly. She agreed. She said that these artists were misguided and would die in obscurity. Reflects in the margins, if she found such superstitions silly, what was she doing reading the work of R. René Gobert? Groat's worth. A small sum, from Robert Greene's pamphlets titled Greene's Groat's Worth of Wit. Grandma was as rich as she was erudite. She saved and scrimped and refused to buy anything that was not necessary. Even before the incident, she had never given you a birthday gift. The only extravagances she spent her fortune on were books. In fact, you remember that she had a first edition of The Dramatic and Poetical Works of Robert Greene, 1874, on a bookshelf. Review the name of De Anima Libri's author. You feel compelled to write the name in the margins, and as you write each letter, cross out the corresponding letter in Robert Greene. Advance the clock. Okay, so I don't know what this prompt for transubstantiation is, because I have placed my thumb upon it. I'm curious about the incident, and I feel this might be a clue to it, but I'm going to go for this Groatsworth one. So, the name of De Anima Libri's author. And as I write each letter, cross out the corresponding letter in Robert Greene. So, De Anima Libri by R. René Gobert. Okay. Like, downside of print on demand is it's not going to lie flat. I have to, massage it a bit. I'm crossing out Robert Greene, right? That's the one I said. Yes. Let's see, are there multiple methods of Robert Greene on the... Nope, multiple references rather. Let's just cross out all the Robert Greenes on this page. Those two. My god, it's an anagram. Then advance the clock. Okay, we'll need a new bookmark for our chosen clock. Let's go for a more abstract representation for the clock. Maybe like this one kind of feels a bit Art Deco. So let's pick the first clock. Draw a pencil. Draw part of your face in the portrait frame with pencil and strike it through. So let's go clockwise. Why not? When your face is complete, your clock strikes midnight. You have been absorbed into the text. Keep reading. You may be able to reverse the clock. Okay. Such amazing art. Okay. It's not so implausible. I have known many writers who claim to put their soul into their work. I have heard poetry described as spirited and inspired. Every time we write, we spill a bit of ourselves into the text, along with our ideas and meanings. It is why sharp criticism of a book can pierce the heart of the stoutest author. But there's great risk in putting ourselves into our work. Words are dirty vehicles, shedding dusty meanings in their wake. When an author hitches their ideas to words, the sound and sentiment are there, but the sense is soiled. No one can explain their intentions after the author is dead. Hypothetically, if we discover a way to yoke ourselves to our works, how can we trust those words to carry us forward into our host? What would be lost in the soul's translation to the reader? Is the solution to write more words until you have pinned down your essence, like a butterfly in a glass case, or does every word you use breed a dozen new understandings in the mind of the reader? The solution, I think, is simple. It is not to split ourselves into dozens of purposeful pieces and hope the stray reader can reassemble us. Rather, it is to tiptoe into the minds of only the cleverest readers through beguiling puzzles and seductive revelations. And we only have 2 endnotes on this page, 8 and 9. Pierce the Heart's author. Gobbert believes that the author literally invests a portion of their spirit into their words, which is why criticism can be so painful. The moment you read this sentence, an unintelligible whisper tiptoes into your awareness. You feel its words forming on the page. Choose one. I saw a symbol. Oh god, there's a symbol down here as well. Revelations, from Latin revelare, to unveil or lay bare. Gobbert compares words with clothing, whose careful selection and arrangement tempts the reader into intimately knowing the person who hides behind them. The moment that you read Revelations, a curtain is lifted. This knowledge is being revealed before you, and you are tempted to look. Choose one. So I actually kind of have 4 prompts on this page. Let's just go for this first thing. You want to hear what the whisper says. You can't resist. You can't quite make out the words until you find them written as a palimpsest on the page. Locate the palimpsest and advance the clock. Do not strike this prompt. I mean, I guess it's the dots here. Is there a way I can read this? It'd help if I knew what the word palimpsest meant. Let's look that up. A parchment or manuscript where the original writing has been erased or scraped off so the material can be reused, leaving faint, visible traces of the older text. So, I mean, we do have, dots on the page as if it has been scraped. What did it tell me to do? Oh, I didn't put my bookmark for the prompt in. We're here. You can't quite make out the words until you find them written as a palimpsest on the page. Locate the palimpsest and advance the clock. Oh, it's upside down. You can just about dimly make out what it is. The author may die, but their spirit lives on. Only that first line is legible, the rest is not. The author may die, but their spirit lives on. Okay. Do not strike this prompt. Advance the clock. Okay. Mouth. Let's draw a big smiley mouth. There we go. It's like looking into a mirror. This is a weird game. Upside down. Okay, so we have a heart and a feather and an ink pot. I see it's playing off the Egyptian motif of comparing the heart of the dead person with a feather, but it's also got the ink involved as well. So it's about also putting your soul into your work. By incident, the reader stumbles upon their first hint, and they wonder, was this intentional? One puzzle unfolds into the next, and the proper reader is compelled to search for more. Growing more captivated at each discovery until, like Lazarus, I come from the dead. Also, death tying in with the picture. And now I will teach you, dear reader, how to replace the soul of the book with your own, as I have learned from ancient authors of the occult. Mix oak gall with your blood for a potent ink. Select a subject that inspires you and fascinates others. Passion facilitates the transfer. Draft your words, perhaps in pencil, in preparation for the ritual. Edit them with secret intent, sprinkling puzzles throughout the text. Rewrite the text with your potent ink and give yourself over to the book. Wait. You will be bound to this book. When you shuffle off your mortal coil, your soul remains on earth, waiting for your vacant reader. Help the process. Unfortunately, this process is not foolproof. Okay, so the book is about... So, Siderius Plug himself has, or possibly someone he was working with, has embedded his soul into this book, and they are trying to draw my soul out through the, the mirror thing, so that their soul can enter me and take over this fleshy form. Okay, we only have one endnote on this page. Endnote 10. The really long one. Wow, yeah, really long. By incident, intentional. These phrases may seem contradictory, incidental and intentional. However, Gobbett's point is that the hints must be natural or subtle, as if a chance occurrence to lure in the reader. It has been on your mind since you received this book, and now the incidents with Grandma float to the surface of your consciousness. What happened? Choose A or B. It was a chance discovery. Simple. It felt like a trap. Simple. Let's say it was a chance discovery. It was a chance discovery. One night, while Grandma Eileen was visiting your family, a quiet muttering woke you in the middle of the night. You walked the hall until you found her in your father's study, mouthing words under a dim lamp. At first you thought she was reading, then you realized she was talking to the book. She whispered comforts to it, like it was a person, gently cradling its spine. I've noticed that the word spine has been used multiple times so far in the book, and the title of the book is Spine. When they are older, I will join you, and they will be yours, and I will be next. We will be together, as I have written in our poems. Then she caught sight of you and slammed the book shut. Before you could finish your apology, she grabbed you by the shirt collar and began screaming at you. Do not look at me with reproachful eyes! Over and over she yelled. I will not relent! Your father had to tear you from her grip. As you revisit your memory, long suppressed terrors well up inside you. What about the incident scared you the most? Divulge your traumas in the margins. Do not strike this prompt. Is it Grandma's soul that's been pressed into this book, and Grandma gave me the book because she hates me and wants to take over my body? If she had to pick a relative to absorb, to take over, I am the one. Um, okay. What about the incident scared you the most? Divulge your traumas in the margins. So, scary old woman grabbing me and like shaking me by the collar and screaming at me. Um, why, Grandma? Why did you shake me? It hurt and I was afraid. You yelled so much. But I did nothing wrong. Spittle flying at me. As you screamed, waking up everyone else. I'm doubting the replayability of this book, kind of, because yes, there are lots of prompts, and they don't all tell you to strike them out, but there's only so much space on a page, right? Anyway. Right, yes. Next page. Oh, okay. The book has become upside down at this point. You need to get your book into the hands of a competent reader. Perhaps you can send it as a gift. Arrange for someone to deliver the book after your death. Leave it on a university's library shelf. Distribution is only one of many considerations. You need to pique the reader's curiosity so that they open their mind to the book's secrets. From what I have gathered, you can help the process by engaging their senses. Mix some lavender oil into your ink. Manipulate the reader into manipulating the book. To perceive a picture, make them tilt their head or turn the book. When footnotes are more convenient, make them flip to an endnote. Trick them into reading aloud key passages. Engaging the reader accelerates the ritual. If you know the reader, you can drop hints, planting evocative phrases that loom when they are read in a new context. Although I know of no proof, I have also been told that blood relatives are exceptional readers. The soul seems drawn to a familiar dwelling. Finally, tempt the reader with the text itself. Alluring secrets, cryptic hints, or lacunae absorb the readers. Acrostics will appear irresistible to scholars. Acrostic, that's not the thing where the first letter of every line makes a word. Yeah, it is where the first line of every word makes the first letter of every line makes a thing. Is there an acrostic here? Yabble. Jetwub. Mutpocht. Ipt. At. Arse. Doesn't sound like an acrostic to me. Maybe it's the first. No, it's not the first word of. It's not the first letter of every paragraph because that'd be a YDM. Is this it? Am I falling for the book? It said acrostics appear irresistible to scholars, and I'm now searching this page for an acrostic. I think it got me. Okay, right. So here we have endnotes 11 through 14. Let's see what we got here. Turn the book. Since the first edition, I referred to this type of literature described as ergodic, meaning a text that requires the reader to work while they read, or rather to work harder as reading is already work. You never did reconcile with Grandma Eileen. Honestly, she scared you, and she never made an effort, much less responded to your father's pleas, or so you thought. At the age of 18, you received a letter in the mail from the Knotty Deal Foundation, awarding you a full-ride scholarship that you hadn't applied for, as long as you majored in history, English, or the classics, and maintained a 3.85 GPA or greater. So began your path to academia. After graduating, you were invited to speak at a fundraising dinner. There, you met their chief gift officer, who asked how Mrs. Dot was doing, revealing that Grandma was not only responsible for the award, but also the owner of the foundation. It turned your world upside down. You thought that you had earned the scholarship, that you had done the work, and the revelation that she had played you for a fool made you angry. You never reached out to her, nor did she reach out to you. We have a little swirly symbols there, so let's stop reading. Oh god, I got ink on my finger. The book, I'm already being absorbed into the book. To an endnote. Outside of a style guide, it's not always clear when footnotes are more appropriate than endnotes. Footnotes are convenient but distracting. Endnotes are less distracting and allow for long-form notes. In the first edition, I had no choice but to use endnotes, which I've chosen to keep so that I remain unintrusive and can be more descriptive when warranted. Clearly, this person had never read a Terry Pratchett book. All of this back and forth between endnotes reminds you of graduate school, sitting in the library with a half-dozen books and the smell of old paper. The quietude of the library felt like a safe haven from your memories, allowing you to lose yourself in a book and forget about your family. Once you'd thrown yourself into your latest project, a contribution to a collection of essays in a special issue. After a conference, the issue's organizer wrote to you, impressed with your research, and suggested that it was publishable, as long as you were sure to incorporate scholarship on book and print culture. You did the work, preparing to perish if you could not publish, and you were not seeing the relevance for your arguments, not until you stumbled across an odd, dust-covered journal. Suddenly everything began to click into place. The authors repeatedly referred to a supposedly seminal work on paratext, but not by Gerard Jeanette as you had expected. You flipped to the back of the book to see who it was, and you were horrified to see Grandma's name, Eileen Dot. You reached out to the organizer to back out of the special issue. You decided that you couldn't go through with the article, but your letter was returned to you. Later, you looked up their journal and saw that it hadn't published an issue in 20 years. You had your suspicions, but you never followed up on them. Flip to the front of the book and locate Grandma Eileen's name under the ex-Leavers bookplate. What would you say to her face if you were still alive? Alternatively, what is one question you would ask her if you could? Write it in the margins. You've been flipping back and forth to read the endnotes. Advance the clock. Okay, and we have 13 and 14, so let's read these and then we'll pick one. Planting evocative phrases, i.e. the power of suggestion by which someone guides another person's desired thoughts, feelings and behaviours through carefully sowed seeds. Metaphors and imagery can be powerful vehicles for suggestion. Of course, not everyone is suggestible. Since it's mentioned, suggestion for images, I'm now thinking, we had this picture and I made all these connections. The book's playing me for a fool. You remember when you and Algie were very young and Grandma took you shopping. At the time you didn't notice, but in retrospect you can see she had been dropping hints, talking about her garden and purchasing a bouquet of flowers. Eventually, she brought you to a bookstore, and she presented you and Cousin Algie with 3 books, saying that she would purchase one of the books for each of you. She seemed disappointed when Algie picked the book about a big-mouthed bookworm who ate its way through the alphabet. You picked Billy B's Blooming Books, in which a bibliophilic bumblebee fluttered between bookish blossoms, collecting flowery lines of poetry. You remember it as one of the few times that she was pleased with you, in her own wolfish way. You believe that a letter is missing from one of the words. Draw a B where you think it belongs, and advance the clock. If you feel so inclined, reminisce in the margins. Did you truly enjoy the book, or did you only read it for her? What does the memory of that wolfish approval spark in you? Finally, acrostics, irresistible to scholars. A body of text in which the first letter of each word or line forms a hidden word. Common in Greek and Roman times, acrostics date back to at least one of the Greek sibyls who wrote her prophecies on leaves and rearranged them into acrostics. If you'll forgive a brief intrusion, I have personally been bewitched by acrostics and anagrams over the years. I'm going to be looking at every sentence now, wondering if there's an acrostic here. You always had the sense that Grandma Eileen wanted you to become a scholar or an academic of sorts. You wanted to please her, and that's probably how it all started. After the incident, you resisted your bookish urges. It wasn't clear to you then, but you nearly failed a few courses in high school as a result, and there's a symbol here, and I glanced and I saw the following words, so I'm going to go for this prompt. By the age of 18, you had saved up a wad of cash working at the local library. You promptly quit when you discovered that Grandma was on the library board. It turned out that she had pulled some strings to your employment. Did she do this at your father's request, or was it an act of reconciliation? You didn't care. Man, Grandma's been influencing my life a lot. You were saving the cash for college, but as an act of revenge, you bought yourself a used motorcycle. Your intention was to put off college and take your bike on a cross-country trip instead. You promptly crashed your motorbike before you made it out of town and landed in the hospital. You were bedridden for a couple of weeks with nothing to do but read. It reinvigorated your love of books and re-entered you on your path to becoming a researcher. Circle the first letter of each word in this paragraph. What phrase has been hidden as an acrostic in the text? Write it in the margins and speculate on what the phrase means. Advance the clock if you didn't see the acrostic before reading this prompt. I did not see the acrostic before reading the prompt. I was looking at the lines, but no, it's just in the paragraph that has prompt 14. So here we go. As cholera waits. But that's cholera, not cholera. As... But it's so good. Could there be something? Surely there's not something else here. Could be something awaits. No, I don't think it could be something. I think it has to be as cholera awaits. Okay, the author of this game is a genius because the prompt tells you to speculate on the meaning of the thing. And maybe I've just been primed by that, but I'm naturally looking at this thinking, but what does it mean? Why would they spell cholera like that? Yeah, I don't think there's another word you can fit in here. I'm not misremembering how you spell cholera, right? No, cholera is indeed spelled with an E. There's not a different word with an A. No, there isn't. There's apparently a World of Warcraft character called Kolara. Why A? Why not E? Is there something else? And then it told me to advance the clock. Should I also strike out the prompts? Yes. It doesn't say not to, so I strike out all of prompt 14. Okay, we're now onto hair. Oh, I didn't leave space for hair. I've just drawn the whole thing as a face in the whole thing. I can fit in a fringe. There we go. Amazing art as I'm slowly being absorbed into the book. Possibly never to escape. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect from this game going into it, but this has shot to the top of my ranking. Right. The translation. I have not witnessed translation firsthand, but it has been described to me as a fascinating experience. The reader is drawn into the book both literally and figuratively. As they shuffle through the sheets, they begin to write compulsively in the margins. They are strung along from cover to cover, circling words, underlining oddities, and stitching together meaning. The reader's eyes draw the book's soul out of the text and into the mind. The soul enshrouds the reader, compelling them to finish reading. It fastens itself to their thoughts, wearing them down with whispers, so I am told. I've also been told that when readers become frightened, they may resist by stripping out the pages or blacking out entire paragraphs. If the process is successful, the reader inadvertently invests their soul into the codex, switching places with the soul of the book and changing bodies like clothing. And there the reader is trapped, hemmed into the text and waiting for another reader to succumb to its mysteries, or for the book to be destroyed. Okay, so we have 15, 16, 17, and 18. Yeah, a lot of endnotes. Through their eyes, reminiscent of medieval theories of optics that eyes either emit visual rays or draw in an object's flame, which is then reproduced in the eye itself for us to see. You realise you haven't blinked for so long that your eyes have gone dry. You put the book down momentarily and rub your eyes. I'm not going to go for this prompt because my eyes are not dry. Let's just go over to the next one. Whispers. It is unlikely he refers to a literal whisper, but rather uses figurative language here to describe some form of silent communication between souls, perhaps like the subvocalizations present in many of our minds when we read silently. You start when you hear a whisper in your ear. Well, not exactly in your ear, but in your mind. You respond aloud. Grandma, is that you? A dozen questions bloom in your mind, some of them unpleasant. You want some answers. Voice replies. It is old and it is deep and it is masculine. You cannot understand what it says at first, a muddy pool of meanings with fathomless depth. Then it speaks again, clearer now, as the letters on the page spill like ink and fall into place alongside its words. Accept change. This is not Grandma, but the voice is a familiar one, and we have a symbol. Blacking out entire paragraphs. Such defacement is not uncommon in medieval manuscripts of magical alchemical works, like the Liber Vace, or Vace, perhaps, not sure, typically assumed to be censorship. Perhaps we have been too hasty in our assumption. Oh, we have a choice of two things with symbols in. Not long before her death, Grandma sent you a letter saying, I'm writing to tell you that I will die soon. In that letter, she mentioned something that you had blocked out of your memory. Choose. And finally, changing bodies like clothing. The metaphor of the body as a garment is surprisingly uncommon in the Christian tradition, which has always had a self-conscious perspective on nudity and nakedness. The most likely origin that I found for this sentiment is the Bhagavad Gita. As a person wears new clothing and retires old garments, the soul likewise invests in new bodies and retires the old and useless ones. A few weeks before Grandma A died, you received a phone call from Algie. You lost touch with your family while you were in college, but Cousin Algie was always closest in age to you. He understood your fraught relations with Grandma and still made the occasional effort to remain in touch. We had another family gathering with Grandma this week. Yes? I wasn't going to let my kids near her. Smart. When we were little, it felt like we were always in one of her experiments. I don't want that for them. But she seemed different this time. Resigned. Relaxed. Then she made a big deal at dinner, clinking on a wine glass until everyone got quiet. She didn't stand up. She leaned back in her chair. And when talk finally stalled, she announced, I'm going to die soon. She wouldn't say why or how she knew. She just told us that she was going to die and that I'm the executor of her estate. We were all pretty shocked. Maybe me most of all. I never thought she was going to die. She had this immortal air, acting as if she would live on forever. Honestly, I think she thought that she would. At Grandpa's funeral, I think she was either trying to scare me or comfort me. She told me that people could change bodies like they change clothes. Yikes. I was just a kid. She told me that as long as we find the right pair of clothes, we can live on forever. I guess she gave up on that. I'm sorry I haven't been in touch much over the years. It feels like she's had a hold on our family this whole time. The grip's finally loosening. You feel compelled to search under the page for words related to clothing and underline them. What about this notion that your body is merely clothing offends or unsettles you? You feel compelled to speculate in the margins. Okay, so we have that. 15, 16, 17. 17 was choose two things, which I've not read. 16 I've not read. 50, because the only one of these I've read is this one, 18, because it's the only one without a symbol. I think I'm going to go for, let's see, what do we got here? Let's go for blacking out entire paragraphs. That will be number 17. Choose one. Block it out or remember. Let's go for blocking it out. That fits with the endnote. You push the memories to the back of your mind. Scribble out this entire paragraph so there is nothing but a black square. Write resist change in the margins. The transgression is strangely therapeutic. Reverse the clock and strike this prompt. I'm slightly less absorbed into the book. I didn't put a thing in. Okay, this page here. What am I blacking out? The entire paragraph, and I'm writing resist change. Oh, I guess the entire prompt 17 goes, actually, because if the whole paragraph is gone. Yeah. And I don't want to scribble so much that it, leaks through to the next page and makes that hard to read, but it does say black it out entirely, so there's just a box left. Okay. Change resisted. Caveat lector. You may be wondering, how can I trust any book? These discoveries worried me as well for a time. I soon realized the obvious. So few have the knowledge to complete this ritual. I've somehow rotated my bookmarks. This was the clock bookmark, and now the clock is anyway. So few have the knowledge to complete this ritual. Fewer have the skill. Worry not about your books, dear reader, unless the author has a reputation for the occult. However, I acknowledge that you can never know who the author is behind a phantom name on the cover. Like a ghostwriter, I suppose. Even so, I wouldn't worry unless the book was gifted under suspicious circumstances. If you stumble across one of these spirited books, I do not know if you could even tell, not until it is too late. This is especially the case, I suspect, for academics like myself. We have been trained to dissect and anatomize the text in its margins. Our habits would well disguise the compulsion to annotate the text. Would well disguise the compulsion to annotate the text. That's saying that we wouldn't annotate the text, but that's what the book wants. Oh well, whatever. And although we may be able to put the book down now, it will inevitably draw us back in eventually. So I'll end with this warning. No matter the allure of investing your soul in finery, an impervious hulk or your age's Helen, prey upon the foolishly clever bookworms instead. Oh, I see, right. They're saying academics wouldn't dare to write in the book, but a bookworm would. And that was me at the very beginning saying I'm intentionally resisting my normal impulses to write in this book, because that's what the game is about. I have fallen into the trap. It has taken me in once more. 19. How many endnotes are there actually in total? I'm wondering. That says solutions. I guess that's the end. Endnotes go up to 99. Okay. But then we have like 3 a page, so it's where. Okay, so the actual game goes up to page 68. So we are a 7th of the way through. 1 hour in. I mean, it's not going to take 7 hours. I think we're getting into it now. Foolishly clever bookworms. There is a long-standing tradition in which academics are described oxymoronically. Consider Sir Philip Sidney's description of astronomers who, looking to the stars, might fall into a ditch. We are, on occasion, terribly deserving of it. This reminds you of the time that Grandma and Grandpa started their house on fire by accident. Well, it reminds you of the times that you heard about it. They lost so many of their things, and they spent months trying to recover anything they could. Your grandma never talked about it, except once. She didn't say what happened, only that she and your grandpa nearly lost their most prized possession, their personal poetry, including the poems they exchanged with one another. Complete the first available task below. Okay, so we have a list of things, and we're working through it. Your father's version of the tale is that Grandma accidentally started it, something about being distracted while reading. Tell your father's version of the story in the margins, then strike this task. After that, the chapter ends. It's as if you have been awakened from a trance. Flip from the front of the book to the back and stop before you hit the end notes. If you land on a page number that has been struck out, flip again. Add the page numbers together on the recto page to determine how many hours you have been occupied. For example, if you land on page 35, the sum is 8. Then strike the page number. How many hours were you lost in this book? If you spent 12 or more hours in the book, advance the clock. During this time, you have felt compelled to mark up the text, but did you act on it? If you resisted this compulsion and refrained at any point, reverse the clock. Now take a break. Rest your eyes. When you're ready to begin the next chapter, you feel compelled. Well, I have acted on marking up the text because that's what the game's about. Anyway, so I want to write my father's version of the story in the margin. His version of the story is that Grandma was distracted while reading. I'm going to say that Grandma smoked, and she was distracted while reading and, like, dropped a cigarette or something. I guess I'll write it here. We've got a nice bit of blank space here. Father said that Grandma started the fire that burned down her and Grandpa's house. She had been smoking and left a cigarette without properly stubbing it. He used this as a cautionary tale to keep me from smoking. Okay, right, so then I turn to the back before I hit the end notes. So here. Add together the page numbers on the recto page to determine how many hours you've been occupied. And that would be 67. I've been occupied for 7 hours. Okay. So if you're occupied for if you spent 12 or more hours in the book, which I did, 6 plus 7 is more than 12, advance the clock. So my hair comes back. Now take a break, rest your eyes. When you're ready, begin the next chapter. You feel compelled. Okay, I've been at this for an hour, talking out loud for the entire time. So I'm going to have a short break. I will top up my drink and be right back. And I never started my background music, so let's put that on now. And just pretend you've been listening to this for the last hour. Yep, I'll be back shortly. Okay, let's get back into it with Chapter 2. On Ludius Pigres. Excerpted from Brief Biographies of Base Villains, 1655. John Aubrey, FRS. Hang on, FRS. Is that what it said in the table of contents? I thought it said RFS in the table of contents. Because that's why it confused me. Like, an FRS is a Fellow of the Royal Society. And here it says RFS. I'm not sure if that's a typo or if it's important. There is an end note. I suppose that will tell us in a moment. John Aubrey. John Aubrey was a biographer, best known for Shadia's Matter, Brief Lives, which is controversial for repeating rumour and scandal. One of Aubrey's friends and colleagues described him as a shiftless person, roving and maggoty-headed, and sometimes little better than crazed, and being exceedingly credulous, would stuff his many letters with fooleries and misinformations, which would sometimes guide him into the paths of error. This excerpt comes from Aubrey's first biographical collection, Brief Biographies of Base Villains. Grandma had several copies of Brief Lives and Base Villains, and she was obsessed with Ludius Pigres. You can tell that someone pored over this section of the book. Perhaps it was her. Choose. Tears, crumbles and folds, a cracked spine. Let's go with the cracked spine. Fold the front cover towards the back cover at the spine. All of the different chapters are bound together here at the spine, and now, when the book falls open, it should land here. In the margin, write, who is Ludius Pigres? Strike this option when you are done. Okay. Right, so I want to really... let's put my bookmark in here. I want to really get this open. Like this. There we go. And it basically opens here. Oh, I've actually knocked the page out. Guess that's a problem with glue-bound print-on-demand books, right? In fact, I can tape it back in, which is... Where's my tape? My tape's in a different room. But that feels very fitting for this game to actually tape in a loose page. I'm going to get my tape. Okay, so I only have like parcel tape or masking tape. No, like sellotape, but this will do. Yeah, something like that. Let's fold this over so I can find the end next time I need it in like a year's time. And how best to do this? Be nice to tape it on the front and back, I suppose. I did not expect when I was, when I first saw, oh, they have solo games in the ENNIEs now, that I would be actually taping pages into a book and scribbling all over it. Well done, author of Spine. You've really got me into the spirit of this thing. And one more on this side. That's maybe a bit too wide. Let's just cut this off. There we go. Perfect. Just chuck out this loose bit of tape. Okay, I'm going to move this notebook out the way, as it seems I don't need it. All the writing is happening inside the book itself. Alright. Intro. The next biography in this catalogue is a poet and scholar of bizarre repute, Ludius Pigres. Pigres lived between the late 15th and early 16th century. Few records survive him, as the papists burned much of his writing, which they are wont to do. Although his reputation was known to many of his contemporaries, few historians found him notable enough to remark upon, except those analysts interested in the most bizarre. To this day, his name survives only among the records of two-headed calves, fire falling from the sky, wild cats roaming Rome, and this, my catalogue of notorious villains. Pigres might have been born in 1480, and he most certainly died at midnight on April 2nd, 1544. His death is the best recorded detail of his life due to tragic and peculiar circumstances. In life, he is best compared with ancient Timon, and cannot be mentioned without reference to the famous fault. But if there was someone whose life most resembled his, it would be the late Galileo Galilei, who was born only a few decades after Pigres' death. Much like Galileo, Pigres was a polymath, born in Pisa. Both were mired with polemic tracts. Both were subject to investigations for heresy. Okay, now 21, 2, and 3 as the prompts on this page. Ah, they're tangled. The Ancient Timon. Likely a misprint of Simon, the Bad Samaritan, a magus who sought to buy his way into the apostles' power. Timon, in contrast, was a famous mythanthrope. See Shakespeare's Timon of Athens. Grandma used to say that writers ought to be Timonists, caring neither for their audience nor mankind more broadly. She always quoted Grandpa that the author and their art should always come first. You barely knew your grandfather, but he was a very dedicated writer when he was alive, spending much of his time locked away in his office. You remember that he was kind, and that Grandma was never really cruel until his death. Which name do you think is correct, Timon or Simon? If Simon, cross out Timon and correct the error. If Timon, circle the name. Did you ever agree with Grandma's esteem for the so-called Timonists? What should writers ought to care about other than their work, if anything? Philosophize in the margins. The famous fault, perhaps a reference to the moral weakness that led to Tigre's tragic downfall at the hands of the Inquisition. Alternatively, a fault may be a misprint of Faust. That is kind of what I wondered when I read this. The famous physician, philosopher, alchemist, and astrologer who is notorious for his deal with the devil. Your grandma used to quote a line from Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus from time to time. "O lente, lente curite noctis equi." Run slowly, oh slowly, horses of the night. In truth, she hated the play, except it was one of your grandpa's favourites. When you were in college, you read it for school. It became one of your favourites as well, perhaps despite your grandma, or in memory of your grandfather, whom you had barely known. He was a kind and charismatic writer, and it wasn't until his death Grandma became so cruel. Which word do you think is correct, fault or Faust? If fault, circle the word and explain your interpretation in the margins. If Faust, cross out fault and correct the error. Like Pigres, Faust died at midnight. You begin to notice that hour recurring throughout the book. From now on, circle or underline every instance of midnight or the number 12 and speculate upon their connection in the margins. I like that, I'm going to just go for that one. There's also the Galileo one, but let's go for the midnight thing. Circle or underline every instance of midnight or 12 and speculate on their connections. There's midnight. Oh, yes, midnight is underlined there already. Okay. However, Pigro's writings were much more far-fetched and bizarre. The Inquisition's case of heresy against Galileo seems questionable when compared to that against Pigro's. Ultimately, Pigro's was locked inside a tower for his crimes with nothing but the book that he bribed a guard for. Most thought he would live out the rest of his days there. Technically, he did. Early life. Pigro's was born in the Republic of Florence, where his grandfather raised him. His grandfather pushed him to study mathematics, astrology, and astronomy. He did. However, Pigro's convinced his guardian to let him pursue an interest in the fine arts as well. Pigro's became a formidable mathematician and a poor poet. He wrote and circulated a collection of poems in his youth, which few found any value in except kindling on cold nights. Still, he believed he could hone his craft if he had more time to write. Following the death of his grandfather, Pigro's quit his studies and began to write. Despite his poetic limitations, he became an instructor at the University of Padua. There, he wrote his best book of poems, and there he would eventually be dragged into the study of the occult. Okay, only one prompt here. And I left out my bookmark. Okay, EndNote 24. Here we go. Death of his grandfather. Oh, this is a long one. Pigro's grandfather was Vincentius, or Vincenzo Pigres, a prominent merchant. He became Pigres' guardian after his son Franciscus and wife Julia were lost at sea. Franciscus was a talented but unsuccessful lutenist, which is perhaps why Vincentius pushed his grandson into an alternative career. After the death of your grandmother, you had received an invitation to her wake. You weren't certain whether she would have wanted you there, but you had to decide. Choose A or B. You went to the wake, you didn't go to the wake. Let's go to the wake. You wanted to make sure that Grandma Eileen was in fact dead, and perhaps you had some malice in your heart as well. It was an uncomfortable experience. Everyone at the wake stared at you, knowing that you didn't belong. Very few spoke with you, except your cousin Algie. While waiting to see the body, you bundled up all of your anger, preparing to send it with her in the afterlife, but you couldn't. You saw her casket and knew that she was gone. The body was more like a discarded garment than the grandma you knew. Seeing it there reminded you of Grandpa's wake, when she told you that this was not Grandpa anymore, that Grandpa Robin had moved on and was waiting for you in the next life. Now Grandma was moving on, and it was time for you to move on too. Do not strike this prompt. Poems and controversy. While his contemporaries made their case for vernacular poetry, Pigres wrote a collection of Latin love poems in elegiac meter, flatteries for Denna. The collection aroused the interest of his peers, not for quality so much as novelty. The mistress of these poems was Denna, a woman whom he had yet to meet and claimed he never would in his lifetime, but whom he hoped to reunite with in the next. One of his poems likely survives as a sonnet translated by Robert Greene and attributed vaguely to L.P. Your epitaph I'll live not to engrave. You'll be born when I in earth am rotten, and still your memory which is yet made cannot through these verses be forgotten. Denna from hence shall have immortal life, although her callow heart has yet to stir, while I am plucked and cut by time's sharp knife, and shall be in common grave interred. When all the readers of your age are dead, your monument lives on in gentle verse. My monument will be a stony head that speaks these words. Here lies a poet cursed with love, his body rots, his soul survives, and still it seeks for a love deprived. Okay, we have 25 and 26 on this page. Immortal Life. Lines 1 to 8 closely resemble Shakespeare's Sonnet 81, including exact phrases. Such and such. The extent to which this translation reflects Pigres's original poem is unclear. Some say Green borrowed more from Shakespeare's Sonnet 81 than he translated from Pigres. Others say it was Shakespeare who transformed Green's poem into Sonnet 81. And then we have Gentle Verse. Likely translation of Versus Molles. It was 25 and 26, right? Yeah, 25 and 26. Which refers to elegiac meter in Latin poetry. Cf. Shakespeare, Sonnet 81. Your monument shall be my gentle verse. This line suggests that Shakespeare borrowed from Green's poem or Pigres' elegy. I don't know, let's go for 25, Immortal Life. Let's read the full thing. Lines 1 to 8 closely resemble Shakespeare's Sonnet 81. I can't help but notice lines 1 to 8 and 81. Including exact phrases. Or I shall live your epitaph to make, or you survive when I in earth am rotten. From hence your memory cannot take, although in me each part will be forgotten. Your name from hence immortal life shall have, though I once gone to all the world must die. The earth can yield me but a common grave, when you entombed in men's eyes shall lie. Grandpa Robin was a poet. He exchanged poetry with your grandma, and loved reading poetry dearly. He enjoyed dallying over footnotes like these and would live among them if he could. You have vague memories of him reciting poetry, and your mother once said that Grandpa recited his own version of Sonnets 116 at your parents' wedding. That was very much like your grandpa, she said, daring to compete with his favourite poets. But he spoke of his own work self-deprecatingly. He was always tinkering with it, trying to make it a little bit better, and claiming that there is not world enough or time. Compare 11. 1 to 8 with those of Shakespeare's... lines? LL lines, maybe? Compare lines 1 to 8 with those of Shakespeare's Sonnet 81. Circle or underline the words and phrases that overlap. Which poem do you think came first? Okay. Let us number these lines for convenience. Your epitaph I'll live not to engrave, or I shall live your epitaph to make. You will be born when I in earth am rotten, or you survive when I in earth am rotten. I mean, that's exactly the same. From hence your memory death cannot take, and still your memory which is yet made. That doesn't overlap so much. Although in me each part will be forgotten, cannot through these verses be forgotten. Your name from hence immortal life shall have. Denna from hence shall have immortal life. Yeah, that overlaps quite strongly. Although her callow heart has yet to stir, though I once gone to all the world must die. While I am plucked and cut by time's sharp knife, the earth can yield me but a common grave. Yeah, so we've got the common grave thing here. When you entombed in men's eyes shall lie. Which poem do you think came first? I'm going to say Shakespeare came first. Let's just write plagiarism of Shakespeare. Is borrowed beauty not beautiful? The moon is an arrant thief who snatches her pale fire from the sun, and yet we marvel at her beauty. Justify this theft of words. Advance the clock. I have written this as if I've written this in a bad way. I don't think this is justified. It's plagiarism. It's bad. So strike out the prompt. I guess the whole thing. And advance the clock. I am drawn more into the book Features now. How is this? Oh no, I've taped this bookmark into the... There we go. Okay. It wasn't so bad. Features. Okay, no, I can't draw the nose because that's one of them. Oh god, I gotta fit in a neck as... Ah, this isn't gonna work at all. Let's just draw the face smaller, since I also have to fit in the surrounding stuff. Look at this amazing artwork. Okay, features. Let's have a mole under the eye. I don't have one in reality. I just needed to make up a easy to draw facial feature. There we go. A mole. Oh, I totally missed that there was also a prompt 27 here. Whoops. Oh well. Flatteries for dinner, which explored poetry's ability to immortalize the mistress and the poet. This page is loose as well. Okay, I guess it's just a shoddy... Maybe I didn't actually knock this page out with the fury of my bending. Maybe it's just kind of shoddy. I suppose I can tape this one in as well. So that's the risk with print on demand, right? It's just glue bound, so it's not very robust. Hopefully there aren't a bunch more loose pages. That would be unfortunate. Flattery Sedena, which explored poetry's ability to immortalize the mistress and the poet, was a precursor to Peagrave's first controversy. Later, his views became more radical, and for this reason the church sought to destroy the few existing manuscripts of Flatteries with his other writings. During his time in Padua, Peagrave became involved with unsavoury groups on the university's fringes. He exchanged polemic tracts on the defence of literature, which did a better job of betraying his descent into the occult than fending off moralists. One odd claim that survives Peagrave's is that poetry is a form of magic. He quoted spells and prophecies that were written in verse, the ability of poetry to move or persuade, and drama's entrancing effects on audience members who almost believe themselves to be in the play. His claims flirted with heresy when he said that the poet is a type of god. Poet, he says, comes of poiein, which is to make, and is to say that he is a creator, breathing life into the shadows through a wand of quill and ink. His claims were not well received, but as a minor poet they were considered innocuous. The true controversy came later when he wrote a grimoire on achieving immortality. Okay, let's tape this page in. Got my tape. Right, yes, it's this one. On the one hand, it's a shame that the quality of the binding is, letting the book down. But on the other hand, if this weren't like a cheap print-on-demand book, I wouldn't want to write in it. Like, if I'd actually paid a non-trivial amount of money for this book, I would instead be keeping notes on paper. Like, I feel the market for luxury goods that you intentionally deface is a bit slim. Okay, there we go. Okay, right, so I got prompts 28 here. The poet is a type of god. This is a loose translation of one of the few dubious scraps that survives Pigres. Although it's of a dubious origin, it corroborates much of the hearsay around his writing. Grandpa said something similar once, although it was before your time. You only know because your parents had a VCR videotape of their wedding, and your mother was furious when Grandma accidentally recorded over it. Grandpa was giving a lecture to one of his clubs about his favourite play, Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. He was arguing that Marlowe saw writing as a form of godliness. Faustus's ambition to become a mighty god reflects Marlowe's own desire, except for Marlowe it was the power of writing rather than necromantic magic that provided access to a world of profit and delight. With this power, he brings characters to life, though they are mere shadows like Faustus's Helen. After Grandpa's death, Grandma took the video from your parents and would watch it periodically. Complete the first available task. A force overtakes your hand, writing "The poet is a mighty god" in the margins. When you try to resist, you only make the handwriting harder to read. Write the phrase in the margins with exaggerated and tortuous penmanship. Advance the clock. There we go. I have once again failed to put my bookmark in the endnotes. We're on 28. And then advance the clock. So I'm now drawing in a neck. But not yet a face shape. There we go. An incredible neck. The Gripes Grimoire. Pigres later moved to Milan, where he briefly lodged with the family of Girolamo Cardano, a physician and mathematician whom Pigres likely met in one of his unsavoury groups. In 1583, the Inquisition arrested Cardano for publishing De Supplemento Almanac, which included a horoscope of Jesus. On suspicion of heresy, they searched his lodging and discovered a grimoire on immortal life. Grudgingly, Cardano betrayed Pigres as the author, revealing that he had been circulating a draft of the work. The Inquisition arrested Pigres and released Cardano after he swore off astrology. Rather amusingly, Cardano would be arrested for heresy again 25 years later. With help from allies in the church, he escaped punishment. Pigres was less fortunate. Before his trial, the Inquisition collected Pigres' drafts and burned all they could find. Only dubious scraps of the grimoire remain. Some scraps are preserved in the Gripes Grimoire, an English manuscript by an author going by Gripes. With this nom de plume for protection, Gripes took every precaution against claims of heresy, even enciphering the fragments. Okay, so we only have one prompt here. It is prompt 29. Gripes. Aubrey misses the obvious anagram in this nom de plume, gripes and pigres. Why the author chose this name is unclear, and may not be a precaution. Are they likening themselves to pigres? Could they be celebrating the long-dead heretic? Gripes' true identity remains a mystery. Complete the first available task. Research Girolamo Cardano. Write 1 or 2 relevant facts in the margins. You cannot help yourself. Advance the clock and strike this task. The clock's really getting on there. Ears. There we go. Okay, research Girolamo Cardano. Okay, let me look him up. And let's switch over here. Girolamo Cardano was an Italian, also Geronimo, was an Italian polymath whose interests and proficiencies ranged through many things. Influential mathematician in the Renaissance. Right, let's pick out, how many relevant facts did it say? Like 1 or 2? Let's pick out 2 facts about him. Okay. Girolamo Cardano. Let's see, what exactly was he arrested for? Yep, so yeah, it's true, the horoscope on Jesus. He has a crater on the moon named after him. Girolamo Cardano has a crater named after him. Okay. That's one cool fact about him. There's thing in his... and he invented the combination lock. Okay, there we go. Girolamo Cardano has a crater on the moon named after him and invented the combination lock. So long lives this which gives life to thee. Literature is still, and yet it... Stand still that time may cease and it may never come. Okay. So long lives life to thee. This appears to be a polyalphabetic or Vigenère cipher of which each letter has been shifted according to a keyword. That word is likely to be the answer to this riddle. Okay, so an actual cipher to solve. 31. So they're all Vigenère ciphers. So we have one for Shakespeare, one for Galileo, and one for Dr. Faustus. Let's go for the Faustus one, that's cool. Stand still, never come. This appears to be a polyalphabetic or Virginia cipher of which each letter has been shifted according to a keyword. That word is likely the answer to this riddle. CF Marlowe, Dr. Faustus. Ah, Faustus, now hast thou but one bare hour to live, and then thou must be damned perpetually. Stand still, you ever-moving spheres of heaven, that time may cease and midnight never... midnight. Gotta underline that. Solve the cipher by shifting each letter in the code backwards according to the keyword. If you succeed, reverse your clock. If you cannot solve the cipher, go to page 134 for the solution. Strike this prompt. I mean, is it just midnight? DNIGA. Midnight would fit. Oh god, I keep forgetting the bookmarks. Okay, let's see. I don't actually know how a Virginia cipher works. I'm going to look that up. Each letter of the plain text is encoded with a different Caesar cipher. The Caesar cipher is where you just add to it, right? Yeah. So the Caesar cipher, you shift the letters by a fixed number of places, like A might become C, in which case B would be D, and so on. So in the Virginia cipher... Okay, right, so I believe it's going to be, if this, I saw an online decoder, so I'm just going to try plugging that in, rather than, you know, work it out by hand. Or, I guess working out by hand would be fitting, but it's just going to be kind of tedious and not that exciting to watch. So let's shift back to here, and let's try this out. So, we have our key is midnight. And here we have our ciphertext, rather, is going to be yeah, that's not right. Okay, let's double check that I'm doing the right thing here. Oh, I need to shift backwards. Of course. Will that work? Okay, let me just copy in the whole ciphertext. Can I copy from the PDF? That would be super convenient. Okay, I'm hydrating and I'm checking my posture. Thank you for caring for your streamer like a Tamagotchi. Okay. I mean, midnight would... So, stand still that time may cease and it may never come. Ooh, That's hyperlink. Oh, I like that. It's hyperlinked. Perfect. Does it link back? No, it doesn't. Ah, Faustus, now hast thou but one bare hour to live, and then thou must be damned perpetually. Stand still, you ever-moving spheres of heaven, that time may cease and midnight never come. Okay, let's jump back. Actually, yes, we can have this up. Okay, so we're on 32. That word is likely the answer to this riddle, and we know that the middle letter is, so we have you know, so this is our key. 3 letters and then an N, and then 4 letters. Now hast thou but one bare hour to live, then thou must be damned perpetually. Stand still, you moving spheres of heaven, that time may cease and midnight never come. I mean, midnight fits. But this is obviously nonsense. I mean, I want to get this done because if I if you succeed, reverse your clock. So I do want to reverse my clock. And let's just make sure this I'm not doing something dumb like okay, so we have our ciphertext. Midnight. Yeah, so this is giving us the same thing. It's not some sort of weird variant, is it? No. What am I missing with this? So if we just jump back to the thing, whatever page that was on. That's too far. Okay. Stand still that time may cease and it may never come. And the relevant quote that we have in the end note from Dr. Faustus is that midnight may never come, and midnight fits here, so I feel it's got to be midnight. Like, midnight has to be the thing. It fits both the length and the phrase. But this does not make sense, what we've got from plugging in midnight as our key here. Like, is it doing something weird because I've got it in encode mode? No. Hmm. I've not done something stupid like misspell midnight. No. I don't just want to look up the answer. Hmm. Let's just maybe try working it out by hand. Let's see. So. Right, so here we have our Caesar cipher. Yeah. So we just shift by a fixed number of places. So we have midnight. So M is 1, 2, like 13th letter, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So yes, we have B minus 13, right? So we 2 minus 13 mod 26. Which is going to be the 15th letter. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. M is 13. 14, 15. That'll be O, which is not P, so clearly I'm off somehow. I'm just going to look up the answer. It's not very interesting watching me try to figure out why it's not midnight. Like, if it's not midnight, I'm not sure what it is. So, okay, let's switch back to camera. Right, okay, so it said the answer's on page 134. Stand still, never come. The answer to this riddle is midnight. What? Each letter in the cipher is shifted in relation to your keyword, which in this case is midnight. You shift the letter 11 spaces backwards according to the first letter of the cipher key. M is 11. Why is M 11? What? M is the 13th letter of the alphabet. You count from 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That'd be 12. Why is it 11? Okay, I don't get it. But anyway, it says you translate the book. It reads, plant yourself firmly. So it says the key is midnight. But this is not what the... what? Okay, let's compare things. let's compare here. Plant yourself firmly in your book. We have plan. And then we have you, which is one letter off. And we have Y. Okay, so for yourself. But then we have P, which is also one letter off. So we got an off by one somewhere in this decoding. So if that's J, it was plant. Plant yourself, but then we have... I don't understand. Okay, whatever. It says the solution is midnight. Midnight is what I guess. I'm going to say that I got this one correct. But... I'm very confused that the online cipher... I don't know what this auto key mode is. Well, I don't... Yeah, what? Kind of like an Virginia cipher solver and put in the two... Right, so what does this think the translation, that the key is going to be? Okay, right. Yeah, this doesn't come up with a decryption key either. Unless, like, the alphabet is different in here. But no, I don't think. Oh, hang on. What page was this on? It was like page 30. No, it was page 18. Let's put this back. So we have an alphabet here. Are we not supposed to use the standard alphabet? Is it actually this alphabet that's in the margin? Is that it? That would explain why it doesn't match. We've got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K. Okay, J is not there. K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U. No V. Ah, yes, that... Okay. Okay, I get it. So, it is a Virginia cipher. We did get the right key, but it's not using the standard alphabet. 2 of the letters are missing from this alphabet, which then adjusts the thing. Okay. I'm still going to say I got this because I did work out the right key. Okay, right. Write the message in the margins. Squeeze it in if you must. Advance the clock, even so. I don't know. Advance the clock. That's if you turn to this page to look up the answer. Right, so I think I strike the prompts anyway, because I've I'm going to write it on the page. Okay. It says write it on the page, so let's do that. I don't know how I'm going to fit that on the page. Plant yourself firmly in your book. With blood, write your most captivating verses. And then place them before an enthusiastic reader. You may howl ways to delay your death, author. For my part, I plan to survive another midnight. Midnight means underlining. I have much to live for. At least the love of my fair dinner. Okay, just managed to fit it in. But I do not think I'll be able to fit the other two in were I to redo this because I've taken up a bunch of space here. Anyway. Okay, I do see now how I could have solved this puzzle if I had looked at this alphabet here and realised, oh, we don't have 26 letters here. But, okay, right. After his arrest, Pigros was confronted with biblical objection to his grimoire and his claims that the poet is a little god. During a public investigation in which his relations and community members were gathered, new accusations came to light. Pigros was accused of having made a deal with the devil and of using fiendish magic to reproduce the miracles of Christ, including coming back to life. Someone claimed that he once placed a barrel tap upon a wooden table and summoned wine from the wood. Another claimed that he was seen in Milan and in Constantinople on the same day. The Inquisition largely dismissed these claims. They were most interested in the poetic passages in Pigros' grimoire that demonstrated how to enchant a reader so that someone else's soul could enter and possess their body. These passages proved to be the most damning evidence of his devilry. Pigros went to trial soon after. The Inquisition found him to be a heretic and turned him over for formal punishment at the pleasure of the local officials, who were eager to do the bidding of the papacy. He was deemed dangerous and imprisoned in a remote tower outside of Milan. They might as well have sentenced him to death. 33. Sentenced him to death. Like Pigros, Galileo was placed under arrest for vehement suspicion of heresy. He spent the rest of his life under house arrest, and some say his death was a direct result of being forbidden to write or publish on his ideas. The same could be said of Pigros, although he found himself in more desperate circumstances. Although I just thought, should I have struck something out earlier? Like at the end of the chapter thing. Yes, then strike the page number. Okay. Sorry, I should have stricken a page number previously. If I didn't and just forgot about it. There's here. There we go, 6, 7, gone. Right, pick one of the tasks below and complete it in the margins. Yep, that's the right number. So we're on prompt 33 now, and there are 99, so we're maybe a third of the way through the game. So maybe a 6-hour game, potentially. Gonna be a long stream. Let's go for this third one. Grandma refused to write Grandpa's obituary. Your parents had to instead. You are surprised to discover that his obituary is paperclipped to the book at the end of the chapter. Did Grandma put it there? Write a brief obituary in the newspaper clipping, picking from any of the details below. Okay. Are we near the end of the chapter? Is that it? I guess that is the end. Okay. We're nearly at the end of the chapter, so we'll have a little break when we end this chapter then. Pass from accidental fall. Okay. Robin Dot, beloved husband, father, and grandfather, passed from an accidental fall. What else have we got here? He was an amateur bookmaker and linocut artist. Amateur bookmaker. He's survived by his wife Eileen, 2 children, and their grandchildren. Okay, looks like we have one more prompt in this chapter. During his brief imprisonment... during his brief imprisonment, Pigos was permitted few comforts. He was allowed visitors, but most of his associates refused to visit him due to the severity of his crime. They feared it would implicate them. Pigos was forbidden access to pen and paper, provided the subjects of his writings, but it said that he fooled his guards. He bribed his morning guard for a copy of Lycophron's Alexandra, which was harmless, but without a writing utensil. He bribed his evening guard for a down pillow. Legend says that he removed the ink from his book's pages with his ration of grain alcohol. Using his blood for ink, he made a pen from a pillow feather, and in this way he wrote under the cover of darkness each night. Then, on the stroke of midnight, on April 2nd, 1544, a guard heard him shout to someone from his window. They peeked into his cell and saw him toss his book out. They opened the door and he climbed to the sill. When they rushed into the room, he threw himself to the earth. They looked down to find Pigos dead at the foot of the tower. His book was missing. The guards kept his body under careful watch for 3 days in case the scholar should rise again. Of course, he never did. Pigos was buried next to his grandfather, however his grave was relocated following protest from the Grand Inquisitor. There is no official record of where Pigos was buried, but there is a headstone in the countryside near Milan with the initials LP. No date is provided, but the inscription reads, Ancora Cerca, or Still He Seeks. The last time you saw Grandpa before his death, you were with Algie. He called the two of you before him and told you that he didn't have long to live. His last words to you were, do not worry, we will be reunited one day and I'll see you then. He put his hand on your back, and even now, as you read this, you think you feel his hand. A shiver runs down your spine. The chapter ends, and it's as if you have been awakened from another trance. Flip from the front of the book to the back and stop before you hit the endnotes. Flip again if you land on a stricken page number. Add the page numbers together on the recto page to determine how many hours you have been occupied, then strike the page number. We spent 12 more hours in this book. Advance the clock. So we're on 67, now we've got 65. This is not 12 or more. In fact, it can never be 12 or more, because we always strike 67. Okay, so we don't advance the clock. You shake off the trance and prepare to proceed to the next chapter, but one or more things on the opposite page strike you as odd. Examine the page with the block print, uncover an oddity, mark it, and make a note in the margins before moving on. Do not strike this prompt. Okay. There's a falling man. That's right, who is the falling man? Okay, right. So, where are we? We are on page... We're about to be on page 34, which is halfway through, actually, because it goes to... Okay. Anyway. Gonna have another little break. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, back to this strange experience we are having together. Diary of Samantha Crepes, the Necromancer's Wife, 1726 to 1729. Have taken pains to shore up these fragments of Edna Eliot's poems. I see. It like right. Okay, yes. It's as if it's this is torn off and we just have this. Right. Yes. Okay. Okay. Prompt 35. Here we go. Samantha Crepes. Almost all that is known of Samantha Crepes near Saint Michel comes from her detailed diary, which is a valuable primary source for the life of a woman in the 18th century. However, Its historical value has been overshadowed by interest in her first husband, Elijah Crepes, who she described as a veritable necromancer. They were married for a very brief period, and these 3 short years of her diary received more attention than any of the 7 that follow. You notice that someone has vandalized these pages. Complete the first available task below. All of them have been ripped out. Rip out the bottom of the page along the printed tear lines. Okay. I was kind of tempted to do that anyway when I saw this, but yep, okay. I see, yes, and we have indication that there have been pages torn out here, but here we actually have to tear out a page. I have never torn a page out of an RPG book before. Okay. Bloody Tyrant Time, a Corona, Edna Elliott. I've taken pains to shore up these fragments of Edna Elliott's poems. Elliott, an American author about whom little is known, appears to have taken a pen name, perhaps to protect her reputation for the poetry's odd subject matter. Her poems are unusually traditional for 20th century poetry, yet as abstract and elusive as her contemporaries. The burned fragments make some of her poems even more abstract and beautiful in a way that recalls Sappho's poetry. This collection, whose remnants are badly burned, describes a relationship from the woman's perspective, perhaps Elliott herself, as she and her lover bravely resist bloody tyrant time. Their stories told through Greek myth in an abbreviated Corona, or Crown collection, wherein the first and last lines of adjacent poems are linked to create a circular structure. I have transcribed these poems from Elliott's handwritten and fire-damaged notes. This text is the revised edition of the first publication of this manuscript, and I have added my own commentary, which has shifted significantly between editions, along with my understanding. Okay. 46. 46. 46. We're jumping from 35 to 40. What about... what? What? What about prompts 36 to 45? I'm losing my mind. Let's check the table of contents. Oh my god, it's like a whole section in the table of contents with its own with like its own endnotes that are just like orphaned from the text because the pages are gone. The author's done it again. I wonder if I like killed and ate the author, I could like the author's brain, I could like gain this amazing creativity. Ah, it's from Algae Dot. That's the cousin. But anyway, Asa Donald, if you're listening to this, watch yourself. Your days are numbered. I will find you and kill you and eat your brain. Bloody Tyrant Time. I've taken some liberties in the revised edition of this book, including calling this untitled collection Bloody Tyrant Time, rather than what Elliott calls it informally in the letters that accompany her manuscript, The Circlet of Sisyphia. Peek ahead at the poems in this collection. You have never heard of Edna Elliott. Something about these poems feels strangely familiar to you as you browse them. Do not strike this prompt. Peek ahead. I mean, I'm just going to read through it anyway. I know, let's peek. Let's just flip through before we read the section properly. We have Eternity, it seems, his only vice, not Merope. So I am torn. I won't do it, and I see that they're kind of fragmentary. Over and over. The arrows of Eros. Shall I heed? That's it. Okay, is section 5 the last section, or is there a section 6? Oh my god, we're approaching the end! I mean, there's still, like 30 odd pages to... We're only halfway through, but still. It feels like since a bunch of these pages are fragmentary poems, it feels like the end is closer than I thought it was going to be. Still not going to be a 3-hour stream, but... Okay. Eternity, it seems, is cruelty earned. Sisyphus, more famous for punishment than his crime, disciplined for undermining bloody tyrant time, sentenced to push boulders and boulders up Tartarian mountains and push blank. A kingdom and a crown brought them water, but few know Sisyphus for chaining death, so that he did not have to die, and then fooling death on its kingdom shores, so he could return to his. And if it would meant cheating death more than once, I would push his naked corpse into ancient Corinth's public square. Sisyphus, more famous for punishment than crime, was disciplined for cheating death. His only vice was in rebellious cleverness. I'm missing a bookmark here. I need to scratch my ear one moment. Okay, right. 47, 48, 49. Brought them water. The manuscript is damaged here and a line is missing. The subsequent line suggests that after Eliot highlights Sisyphus' repetitive task in the afterlife, she explains his heroic origins, having built Corinth and persuaded a river god to revive a spring in the Corinthian Acropolis. Grandma and Grandpa knew their classical myths, and at the very least you can remember your grandma going on about Sisyphus once or twice. You know your myths too, although you dislike it when modern poetry relies so heavily on Western tradition. You look at the gap in the text and wonder if you could do better. Review the poem and finish this line of poetry before proceeding to the next page. I'm not sure I could. Somethingly shores. This word is entirely illegible in the manuscript, although it's likely an epithet or adjective describing the banks of the river Styx. In your line of work, you do a lot of editing, sometimes informally, although rarely of poetry. Grandma and Grandpa were poets. Grandma never published, but you can remember her jotting down ideas and lines in her little notebook, working and reworking the same poems over and over. You always wondered if you inherited the talent. Review the poem and fill in the blank for this word. Let's do that. Fooling death on its kingdom's somethingly shores. It's a short word. I need a good adjective. Good poetic adjective for the river Styx. That ends in a Y. Darkly, possibly? I mean, it doesn't, darkly shores. Yeah. Let's go with that. His only vice was in rebellious cleverness. Sisyphus, who found me in the garden. He wrote me a love poem before we met, and I had to ask my father for his blank. He said, he did not credit my verse for being filled with your high deserts. I believed him not and sighed. This poet lies, so should his papers unseen by my eyes. And came he then to the garden again, this time with my father's permission. We made posies and wove a crown of flowers, until it rained, and, his arms full and hair wet, talked in the gazebo for hours. Do you believe what you wrote in there? Will I outlive death in your pleasing lines? There is another way to conquer time. Calling me not Julia or Denna. Not Merope, he said, but Sisyphia. Sisyphus wants to be known as Sisyphia. Well, that is his right, if he so chooses. Denna, that's interesting. I'm just going to go for that one. Julia or Denna. Julie is the famous mistress of Ovid in his Amores, and Merope is the wife of Sisyphus. The manuscript may say Delia here, or Delia here, which could be understood as the mistress of Tibullus, Ovid's predecessor, and an author of Latin love elegies. However, this allusion seems too obscure, and the meter requires either a wretched accent or elision. It just as likely reads Dina, who is the mistress in Flatteries by Ludigus Pigres. Is it me, or does Pigres seem to haunt these volumes collected within this book? Write Dina in the margins and then write Edna next to it. If you did not identify the anagram earlier, already advance the clock. I mean, I didn't notice the anagram earlier, but why would I have noticed the anagram earlier? Has there been a reference to an Edna? Is Edna a mythological figure I should know here? Let's have a look. Edna. Not Edna Mode, just want the name Edna. Anything in mythology about Edna? No? I don't get that then. Why would I have noticed that Dina is an anagram for Edna? I mean, I guess it is, but I don't generally look at words and think, oh, this word is an anagram for this other word. Like, why is that important? Anyway, if you do not identify the anagram already, advance the clock. Nose. The clock is nearly full. When your face is complete, your clock strikes midnight. You have been absorbed into the text. Keep reading. You may be able to reverse the clock. Okay. Nose. I'm such an incredible artist. Not Merope, said he, but Sisyphia. Then why does he propose this foul idea? Not an equal made in our hasty marriage, but a servant by impure plea disparaged. He asks to undermine the bloody tyrant, a cruelty from his faithful wife, a violent betrayal that does me great dishonour, a worthy favour that I could conjure. He promises to return one day, the footman, to my afterlife, a wife, to be a wife, a woman. Is this what it means, blank, blank, blank? So, I am torn. Should I help my beloved? Betrayal that conjure. The punctuation in these lines is smudged and affects their meaning. A period in the former, a comma, and a comma in the latter would mean that he promises to return the worthy favour one day. In contrast, a comma in the former and a period in the latter suggests that Eliot is comparing a violent betrayal with a worthy favour. Yep, it does mean that. The subsequent line promises that he will return one day, as certainly inexplicable, his intention to return to life. Or we have 54, these three blank lines. Or beloved. Every excellent line in the poem ends with a feminine rhyme, which is to say that the rhymes end with an extra unaccented syllable. Although clearly intentionally, it is uncertain why Eliot tortured the poem into this format. Can I read the smudged bit? Not really. No. I was trying to read that bit there, but you really can't make it out. Okay, sure, let's go for the beloved bit. What does this say? You're unsure why, but this poem makes you think of Grandma and Grandpa. For all of Grandma's cruelty to you, she was dedicated to Grandpa, and for all of her love, you begin to wonder if you were too young to understand the situation, that your idea of Grandpa is a better reflection of how he was remembered than how he was. In the margins, write feminine rhymes and consider why Elliot used them here specifically. As you write, an unseen force tries to stop your hand. Unless you write your thoughts in rhyme, you are silenced. Advance the clock. I cannot be poetic on demand, so I'm not gonna try to write in verse. So it's stricken. Advance the clock, which means I am now fully absorbed into the book. I think I have no choice but to continue. There you go, face shape. When your face is complete, your clock strikes midnight. You have been absorbed into the text. Keep reading. You may be able to reverse the clock. So I guess I'm going to lose the game if I do not reverse the clock. So I am torn. Should I help my beloved to live on forever and prolong joy? He takes just one look at me and I blush. Innocent child. My feelings bubble up. He asks for my help. I can't say no. Am I so wrong to give him what he needs? I doubt his intentions. I hesitate. I won't do it unless I can join him. Okay, surely each of these sides is also something, right? So I am torn. To live on forever. He takes just one innocent child. He asks for my help. Am I so wrong? I doubt his intentions. I won't do it. That's kind of, rough. Should I help my beloved and prolong joy? Look at me and I blush. My feelings bubble up. I can't say no to give him what he needs. I hesitate unless I can join him. Okay. Got 56 here. By coincidence, the original paper on which the poem was written is torn in half. This poem is the only one in this collection that has no punctuation, which adds to its ambiguity. If I had not discovered both halves of the poem, its fragments could easily have been mistaken for individual poems, or, worse, misinterpreted. Complete the first available task below. Fold this page in half and read the left side of the page, then read the right side. Advance the clock. I mean, I've already read the two halves, but I will fold the page as it instructs me to. So, that's it. I won't do it. I won't do it unless I can join him. Push. Large stones. This steep hill. We will watch them barrel and tumble and precipice to the bottom crash us. The peak. Unceasing toil. Until mortal coils. A short-lived relief. Eternal undying hearts. Over and over till death do us parts. Largely, this fragment can be read as its own poem, owing to Eliot's evocative language. One might think these fragments were ripped with intention, if not for the second fragment, which is largely nonsense, and the high likelihood that this is a sonnet. I propose that the poem was originally in this rhyming scheme. It's an uncommon rhyming scheme that I can recall only, and ironically, in Herbert's Love, a poem about immortal love in God, and Owen's horrific Anthem for Doomed Youth, about the tragic brevity of life. Pick one of the options below. The poem evokes a memory in you. In the margin, describe a time in which you witnessed Grandma's private suffering. Did you pity her? What did you do? Reverse the clock and strike this prompt. Oh, they all... Ooh. Okay. The second one. Something wells up inside you. Old wounds and hurts? No. Whatever it is, it tries to take control of your writing hand. Resist it with all your might. Throw the book across the room, then deface the first page you open it up to. Reverse the clock. If you do not throw the book, advance the clock instead. Strike this prompt. You sense that you have read this poem wrong. Determine how you think the poem should be read. Mark it up in the text so the next reader will not be led astray. Advance the clock. Strike this prompt, or mislead them to reverse the clock. Okay. Just throw the book across the room. Okay, I'm going to throw the book across the room, and then it says deface the first page you open it to. So, see, I'm on page 43. Let's take my bookmarks out so I don't, chuck those over. And I'm not going to throw it in this room because I have my nicely painted walls. I'm going to go into a less nice room and throw this book really hard at a wall. I'll be right back. Okay, so it fell open on page 84, 85, which, as you can see, is now all crumpled, and the corner, like the whole, it's mostly, in fact, it's slightly ripped there. Okay, well, this is an EndNote page, but yeah, I guess this will do. How should I deface this page? I could just cross out all the prompts on this page, right? Okay. Right. Now we're here. Yeah, I really don't think this game is replayable. Like once you've done it, I guess for two reasons. So firstly, once you've done it, the book is just ruined, right? Like look at this thing. It's got tape. It's all. Like you need a new book to play the game again. But I don't think like one person could play it again because you kind of know the like roughly what's going on. Whereas I've really enjoyed the book almost like misleading me or tricking me into doing things and then like anticipating them a few prompts later, and I was like, oh, you got me doing the thing. Like with the acrostics, it mentioned them and then I started looking for acrostics and I stopped looking for acrostics, and there was something that was like, if you didn't notice the acrostic, advance the clock. And I was like, oh no, it got me. So I don't think you'd have the same experience playing this book, this game again. Anyway, we're on prompt 57. I believe it said to reverse the clock. Yeah, reverse the clock. Okay, so I'll strike that out. And then put a bookmark in here and reverse the clock. Shall rub out my face shape. Yeah, I feel to get the full experience from this game, you have to go in blind, which makes it kind of hard to recommend to people, because they'll be like, you have to play this game, just trust me, play the game. I can't tell you anything about it, just go and play it, buy it and play it. And you need a physical copy to do it, you can't do the PDF. Anyway, over and over till death do us part, let us dally in the garden of Adonis, where time's greedy eyes cannot spy on us. When we have world enough and time, he says. That line was earlier. I'll dedicate 100 years to praise your eyes and your blushing cheeks to gaze. It was Grandpa who said I don't have world enough or time to do something. And I will love you 10 years for the flood, but beyond the garden walls he peers, death sharpening his bloody scythe he hears. He buries himself in his books in case the grave is not so fine a place as it was phrased in Marvel's poem. Let us seize the day, he says. Once the day is more certain to be safe, is this punishment or paradise? Methinks the arrows of Eros make us but playthings. Okay, we have 58, 9, and 60. Garden of Adonis. In Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen, Book 3, the Garden of Adonis is the magical paradise in which Venus kept her lover Adonis, after he was mortally wounded by a boar. Here, Adonis and various plants of the garden may be subject to time, yet they are eternal in their rebirth. You reflect. This myth is a tragic story in which a goddess takes interest in a young and beautiful mortal who dies a sudden death. In some versions, his blood causes windflowers to sprout from the earth. But here, Venus takes Adonis to a magical garden where he dies and is reborn eternally. If he leaves, he dies. He becomes dependent upon Venus. Is that supposed to be a happy ending for Adonis? To reverse the clock, reflects on the Garden of Adonis in the margins. When we have flood, these lines are taken nearly word for word from To His Coy Mistress by Andrew Marvell, except in pentameter rather than tetrameter. To His Coy Mistress is a carpe diem poem in which the poet seduces his beloved, encouraging her to seize the day because life is short and they are mortal. Instead, in this poem, the poet promises his beloved an eternity, and she weighs her options. Yet the two poems are united in the fact that both women are ultimately wooed by their lover's words. And let's see, this one also mentioned this one mentions advancing the clock. I'm going to go for option 1, reverse the clock. To reverse the clock reflects on the Garden of Adonis in the margins. Okay. So let's reverse this. Can get my nose back. Nope, I've rubbed out an eye. I'll have to redraw that. It's not fully erased. There we go. Okay, reflect on the Garden of Adonis in the margins. The Garden of Adonis is a prison set by Venus. It is the duty and right of the immortal soul to ascend to heaven and stand before the Father in paradise eternal. What this pagan demon did was to deny Adonis salvation and love, offering only lust. There we go. The arrows of Eros make us but playthings. Someone will remember our shame, I say, even in another time. Shall I heed the god's request, I wonder? 61. These bookmarks are nice, but I had not thought about the propensity of the tassels to get tangled together. I normally don't have 3 bookmarks in a single small book, so maybe I could offset this by having like my clock bookmark could be like at the bottom. There we go. That'll work. Let me still have one in the middle here. What prompt was this? 61. The arrows of Eros. There is beauty in this poem's evocative phrases stripped from their context, and there is a beauty too in our playful sense-making, how we piece together meaning from the... I've got a loose page somewhere. What's sticking out here? Oh, another page is fall. Okay, this book is literally falling apart as I use it. Okay. There is a beauty in this poem's evocative phrases stripped from their context, and there is a beauty too in our playful sense-making, how we piece together meaning from the charred fragments of this poem. It is the same beauty we find in Sappho's poetry, although the real marvel is in how the textual critic reassembles and presents these poems for the untrained reader hundreds of years later. In this poem, the isolated phrases produce a misleading sentiment, that the poem is about their shame, a sentiment that battles against the likely truth. This is a poem in which Eros persuades Eliot to follow her heart and disregard public perception. It's a poem that has been written before, not entirely original, yet refined through fire and loss. Choose your reaction. I have to write a poem and then burn it. Explain that actually it is a poem about shame. Fill in the rest of the clock. Oh, the only way to reverse the clock is to write a poem and then burn it. I mean, I can't actually... Well, I suppose I could actually burn it, but I don't really want to do that. Okay, let's try filling in the poem then, I suppose, and I will advance the clock and strike the prompts. So let us advance the clock. I need to draw my nose back in again. And I have to try to fill in a poem. Okay, so I've got the arrows of Eros make us but playthings. Beasts enthralled and freed. Someone will remember our passions. Fear no shame. Take delight. Love, I say. Love without care. Something even in another time. Something... I don't really know what else to put. I'm not a poet. Yeah, let's leave the other bits blank. I filled in half of it, but it's fine. Shall I heed the god's request, I wonder? Am I to be heartless Agamemnon or Clytemnestra with eyes averted? Artemis requires blood. She holds out a knife of stone. Iphigenia, I know you not, but upon you this fight relies against bloody tyrant time. I will not relent. Make thick my blood, and crown to toe fill me top full with ruthlessness. Eternity, it seems, is cruelly earned. This page, oh my, the pages are just falling out of this cheap print-on-demand copy. Like, sure, I threw the book across the room, but even so. Like, this is bad. Okay. Right, so we have spiral, spiral. 64 is also on this page, right? 64 has no spiral, so I can read this one safely. Eternity, it seems, cruelly earned. In poem 8, cruelly makes more sense, and yet cruelty makes more sense in poem 1. But I find the inconsistency between these poems infuriating, and they mar an otherwise exceptional corona of poems. The words in question summon thoughts and memories of grandma. In the margins, explain what it calls to mind, or speculate on why the cruelly inconsistency may be intentional. Every so often as you write, you feel an invisible force wrest control of your hand, distorting your writing. Not really drawn to that one. Iphigenia, the daughter of Agamemnon, Clytemnestra, who was sacrificed by her own father to appease Artemis. Depending on the myth's telling, Iphigenia was murdered in cold blood by her father, willingly offered her life for the good of the Trojan War effort. All was whisked away to safety by Artemis herself, and don't know what the actual prompt is. And then, Bloody Tyrant Time. This line is the second time that Eliot mentions the title of her collections, which is a quote from Shakespeare's Sonnet 16. But wherefore do not you a mightier way make war upon this bloody tyrant time, and fortify yourself in your decay, which means more blessed than my barren rhyme. In this sonnet, the poet encourages their beloved to seek a mightier way, to make war upon this bloody tyrant time, which seems to be the basis for Eliot's entire collection. In fact, Eliot seems to draw many of her themes for the sonnet. Let's go for this one. You remember how the informal title of this collection was The Circlet of Sisyphia, not A Bloody Tyrant Time. Meanwhile, your hand moves of its own accord, picking up your writing utensil. It wants to quote Sonnet 16 in the margins. Unless you bend your hand to your will and write your thoughts on how the original title changes the meaning of this poem in the margins, advance the clock. Okay, I need to write about how the original title changes the meaning. So, we have The Circlet of Sisyphia versus Bloody Tyrant Time. Okay, so how does the title The Circlet of Sisyphia affect this? The original title makes the poems refer to a cycle of hopelessness and divine punishment. Repeating without end. The current title instead, let's see, effaces the divine connection and cyclic nature, instead emphasizing that all human endeavors must come to an end. As I have done with the other works in this collection, I have reproduced the original art as a block print. This sketch appears to be in Eliot's hand. There's a crown of thorns. I will not relent. Make thick my blood and crown to toe to fill and crown to toe and oh right yes, crown as in the top of your head, not crown as in a crown. I will not relent. Make thick my blood and crown to toe fill me top full with ruthlessness. Eternity, it seems, is cruelly earned. 66. Where was 65? Was that on the previous page? Or did I miss it? That's 64. Where's 65? You have stumbled upon this endnote, which appears to be a mistake or a misprint of some sort, as the superscript is missing in the text. Then again, how do you add a superscript to a secret message? Ignore this prompt. Choose another. Okay. What it says is sacrifice. The art of acrostics is underappreciated, due largely to its most popular form in the modern era. Amorous doggerel scribbled after each letter of a lover's name. Acrostics that reinforce the theme are a step in the right direction, but the best are those with a greater purpose. Hidden messages meant to bypass gatekeepers. Often, those gatekeepers are publishers or other types of authorities and law enforcement. Elliot is a master acrostician, and I propose that the gatekeeper she seeks to bypass is that of the reader's conscious mind, testing the subliminal sorcery of language and poetry. Is there an acrostic that refers to, like, 66? Sorry, 65, possibly? I don't know. I don't see an acrostic there. Anyway, so I have prompt 66. Make thick ruthlessness. C.F. Shakespeare's Macbeth 1.5, in which Lady Macbeth soliloquizes, "Make thick my blood, and fill me from the crown to the toe top full of direst cruelty." Oh my god, this is the last prompt in the chapter. We're making progress, we're getting there. Elliot prepares herself, fully committed to make a sacrifice for her beloved. This final poem and its allusion invites the reader to rethink Shakespeare's lines and appreciate the lengths to which Lady Macbeth will go for her husband. These lines remind you of Grandma and her unflagging commitment to Grandpa Dot. Suddenly, you realise something horrifying. Complete the first available task below. Next to... Oh, Edna Elliot. Oh, Edna Elliot. That's why it was like about noting the anagram Denna Edna. I totally missed it. It was Edna Elliot. Okay, anyway. Next to Edna Elliot's name, write out your grandmother's full name, Eileen Dot. As you write each letter, cross out the corresponding letter in Edna Elliot. Afterward, write anagram in the margin. Strike this task. Oh god, it's all one person, repeating through history, reincarnating themselves through books. The chapter ends, and it's as if you have been awakened from another trance. You close the book and examine it in your hands, running one of your fingers down its spine. As you do, you feel a tingle run down your own spine. Did you resist or give in to your compulsions? Return to the first two poems. For any endnote that you completed, read the results. I think I did endnote 48 and 52. Endnote 48. If the word that you created has two syllables, for example, shady, I went for darkly. Advance the clock. Flip to the next chapter and continue reading. Okay, advance the clock. I'm back to being fully consumed by the clock. Got my face shape back. Okay, this is really starting to wear on the throat, all this reading aloud, but we are approaching the end. we only have this to go. But I'm going to have another little break. I'm going to have a nice cool drink to lubricate my throat, and then we shall return for the final part of Sideri's Plug's Immortality 99 Endnotes. See you in a few minutes. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's see. Am I fully absorbed by the book? Yes, I am. Let's see if I manage to reverse the clock before the end, or if I die and am taken over by the soul of my evil grandma. The Sleeper Awakes. The title of these journal entries comes from H.G. Wells' novel, The Sleeper Awakes. There are many more entries than those shared here, but I've excerpted these entries in an attempt to focus and abbreviate Dupiggy's narrative. You don't want to turn the page. You don't want to continue reading. Every time you picked up this book, you felt a phantom force. It was weak at first, easy to ignore, but it is growing stronger, becoming harder to resist. Despite this, you do. With shaking hands, you refuse to turn the page. A shiver runs down your spine when the page turns on its own. Advance the clock. Well, my clock is already full. The world is ending, and there is no livelihood here. The only thing that keeps me sane is my library, my poetry, words. It is a strange irony to find peace among so many words, but as I look up from my writing, more words. I see that someone has started a fire down the block, and I hope it does not spread here. This little-known journal is signed by someone named Russell Dupiggy. At the time of compiling the revised edition, I can find no other records of Dupiggy's existence, and I've transcribed these entries, which were originally written in a visitor's register for the Hyam Plutzik Library for Contemporary Writing, a rare book library in New York. The Phantom Force continues to work upon you. You set your pencil to the paper, intent on resisting, or defacing the text with an expletive or curse, and yet you cannot. The Force overtakes your hand. You struggle against it. What comes out is nonsense. Choose one. Rewrite the first 4 sentences of this page, replacing nouns and verbs with synonyms, using completely different words that you choose by association, and skipping the words entirely. Cross out this task. Or translate the first 4 sentences of this page into gibberish. Yep. Or rewrite with swapped letters. Let's go with the first one. Wanna replace nouns and verbs in the first 4 sentences with different words. The sphere is cracking. And there is no work here. The only task that keeps me alive is my a task is my writing. My verses. Letters. It is a strange irony. Strange thing. To find calm among so many letters. But as I look up, let's see, is that 4 sentences? 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more sentence. But as I glance up from my paper, more letters, I perceive that someone, something, has lit a I really boxed myself in by using the word lit. Lit a candle down the hall. There we go. The sphere is cracking, and there is no work here. The only task that keeps me alive is my writing, my verses, letters. It is a strange thing to find calm among so many letters. But as I glance up from my paper, more letters. I perceive that something has lit a candle down the hall, and I hope it does not spread here. Everything went to hell. When everything went to hell, there was mass looting. I was walking down the street one day and I saw someone throw a brick through a liquor store's window pane. They went inside, grabbed a bunch of bottles, and left. Everyone around me kept walking like there was nothing we could do. That was when I knew that the end had begun. And I, after several weeks of consideration and debate, you could say that I joined in. I went to the library where I spent much of my career, and took what no one would miss. My favourite pages, the burnt ends of her poems, the entire collection with it. As much as I could carry. What I would give to know her if I could go back in time, but for now her books will suffice. Mass looting. The author does not identify the events that they refer to here or what city they resided. The visitor's register in which these entries are written is from the Plutzik Library for Contemporary Writing, which suggests that Dupiggy was living in Rochester, New York. As of the revised edition, I can find no records of any upheaval in the city since 1964, nor the technology that Dupiggy later describes. Your battle for control continues. Why do you turn the page? You do not even think of doing it. You only felt as if that is what you were supposed to do, like you had no agency, like a character in a story. And you wonder, is Dupiki real, or merely a fictional character? Are you a character, or do you have agency? In the margins, answer one of these questions in a stream of consciousness. Afterwards, cross out the question that you answered but do not strike the prompts. Or, the entire collection. At this time, I cannot say whose books Dupiki has stolen. If you were to write to the curator of the Plutzik Library, I suspect they would say that no collections have been stolen from the library. Your battle for control continues. Is the force growing stronger or are you growing weaker? You do not want to turn the page, but you do anyway. You are weak. Strike this prompt. Yeah, let's go for this one. I'm not sure why some of them explicitly say to strike the prompts, given that the defaults, as I understand it, is to strike the prompts, unless it says to not do so. But anyway. Oh, hang on, was it you turn the page? Does that mean I skip over the page? Because I'm turning the page. Because this is on a verso page. So do I turn the page? Let's say that I do. So I've skipped a page because I needed to turn it. Okay, right. I didn't dare go outside today. Dozens of voices echoed from the edge of campus. I miss the days when those voices belonged to students. I read instead. Time past and time future, what might have been and what has been, point to one end which is always present. Let us dream of anything but the present. Today I learned that time travel is not impossible. We have uncovered the means. You atomize something, and then you punch those atoms through space to be reassembled on the other side. They say a lab can do this in Wisconsin, in what's left of Madison. Okay, 77 and 78. Time, always present. I haven't read T.S. Eliot's four quartets in years, but I'm certain that these lines are from Burnt Notion, in which Eliot meditates on time and the necessity of focusing on the present. Much of the poem dwells in Eliot's memory of a walk with Emily Hale through the rose garden of the titular manor house, the abandoned Burnt Norton. You have a fleeting moment of clarity. The phantom force momentarily lifts its presence. Hurry! On a separate piece of paper, anything you have near you, like a napkin or a receipt, scribble a cry for help or a warning. Keep it short, no more than 3 sentences. Fold it up and leave it in this book. If there's already a note in this book, replace it with your own. Alternatively, you can add to the note instead of writing your own. Do not strike this prompt. Or a lab, Madison. I'm certain that you'll be unable to find a record of this lab, although the university has an ion beam laboratory with the capability to atomize small objects and accelerate particles. More and more, you are feeling lost within the pages. You are unsure what is real and what is fiction, whether you are dreaming or reading. You reach out, grasping for something real and tangible before you float away. Pick a word on the page and aim for it with your pencil, then punch the pencil through it. In the hole that it has left, what word do you see? The fog immediately dissipates and you gain clarity. Write the words in the margin and any meaning you attach to it or them. Yeah, let's go for that. Okay, so we're on this page here. What is a cool word here that I want to stab through with my pencil? I want to dream of anything but the present, so let's strike out the word present here. Right, what do we see in the other side? You can see part of the word consideration, but only part of consideration. Maybe that's got meaning. By avoiding the present, which is a nightmare, we are considerate of ourselves. I'm considerate of myself. but not of my fellow man. Who is also trapped in this time. In this way, the consideration is partial. You know, I think this book is doing a very good job at like recreating the ravings of a madman. This is one of the famous paradoxes of time travel, a proof that time travel is impossible. If time travel exists, why have we never heard of or seen time travelers? As it turns out, living creatures cannot survive being atomized. Those who have been atomized die on reassembly. Evidently, Theseus' ship doesn't apply to mice, so if time travel is possible, it is limited to inanimate objects. This raises many other questions, and so I wrote to the lab to ask them about their project. Even as the world ends, let us hope that the post office is reliable. Die on reassembly. I'm not a physicist, but I don't think we are able to reassemble atomized objects. Dupiggy is either a madman or a writer of fiction, and there is a thin line between the two. Or, he has in fact sent his journal back in time. Hold out the book in your hands and consider the object. How many atoms are in this object? It may be possible to break down the object into its separate parts, but how could you reassemble them? And even if you could, is it this? Yep, this is the page that's going out. Let's try to push that in a little bit. What if you reassemble them in the wrong order? What if the last chapter became the first? Is it still the same book? Estimate how many atoms comprise this book and write your guess in the margins. When you finish, the book shudders in your hand as if the atoms are rearranging or as if something dwells within, turning in its sleep. Strike this prompt. I have no idea how many atoms are in a book. Not even like to an order of magnitude. It's a very big number. How many atoms in a book? Ten to the... I really don't know. 10 to the 1 million atoms. I don't know. Will we be able to send living beings through time one day? Maybe we have never heard of time travelers because they are all mice. Scientists, and enthusiasts I suppose, have held experimental conventions as a way to tempt time travelers out of the woodwork and prove that time travel exists. None have been successful. But I doubt anyone thought to ask the mice in attendance. Why would any time traveler attend the experiment if they do exist? Surely, if there are time travelers at all, they just want to be left in peace, having fled their time for a reason. Experimental conventions. There have been many time traveller conventions. For several, the invitations were not sent out until after the event was held. No RSVP required. I don't think I would attend if I were a time traveller. It is difficult enough to attend social events with people I know, much less an event with people I've never met and all eyes on me. Is Dupiggy off his rocker, or is he simply joking, and have Plug's notes become too subjective? A mysterious force takes control of your body once more, forcing your pencil to the paper. It encourages you to be more objective, to suppress your personal opinions and emotions. What does it say? Write in the margin, but distort the words you're writing whenever you try to reassert control. Or, none has been successful. The search for time travellers is odd. There are so many people who've claimed to be time travellers and no one ever believes them. One notable legend is of a man wearing late 19th century clothing who was fatally struck by a car near Times Square in 1951. The NYPD had the man's name but could not connect his identity with any records except those of a man with the same name who went missing in 1876. You've heard this story before. This myth has been debunked. It is a story of Rudolf Fentz, published as a factual report in the 1970s, but originating from a short story published in 1952. I glanced beyond the swirl, that's the word. So I'm going to do this. Fiction has an odd way of merging with reality, you think. You aimlessly flip to the back of the book, where your eyes fall upon a portrait that resembles you, but which you is it? If the art resembles you, the player sitting in front of this copy of Spy, return to the page and consider whether it is possible that Rudolf Fentz was real. Advance the clock. Do not strike this prompt. I mean, there's only one piece of art in the back of the book, which is me, because I'm the one drawing it, so it is going to be me then, I suppose. Consider whether it is possible that Rudolf Fentz was real. Going to write Rudolf Fentz's proof, is he not? Among the books in my library, I found several that are frightening if there is any truth to their magic. Her poetry led me to them. In fact, they were among the books I took from her collection, her estate's donation to the library. I never thought much of them before. Maybe it is a sign? These books say that the body of text can be a vessel for the soul. It sounds like poetry, but think of the possibilities. I could meet her yet. Yes, another reference to putting your soul inside a book. Her poetry. Dupiggy never states whose poems he's speaking about. Burnt End suggests Edna Eliot's Firelicht's manuscripts, and yet I can say with certainty that Eliot's poems are not in the Plutzig library as of the revised edition. You are beginning to see where this is going, and some of the pieces fall into place. It frightens you. Follow the first available prompts. You try to scream for help, but nothing comes out. Instead, your rising hand is wrenched out of your control. You try to resist it, but still it writes, keep reading, do not stop, do not stop, do not stop, do not stop, in all capitals and with no spaces. Advance the clock, cross out this prompt. I like how it keeps telling me to advance the prompt as if my clock is not already fully advanced at this point. There we go, nice bit of crazed handwriting. Oh nice, I got to the bits I've struck out. We're very nearly at the end now. All this reading on time travel and Rip Van Winkles has me giddy with nervous excitement. I half believe the things I read, and I suppose you can call my nervous excitement hope. This morning I pondered verb tense while assembling my book. Can a time traveller use the future perfect tense, where everyone else uses past tense? On the off chance I go back in time, I will have told you my perspective. I can't really have that down there because it's trying to fall out. 87. 87? Which one? 83? Oh, I turned over 2 pages. Right, yes, okay. Dear Dr. Dupiggy, we can certainly give you a demonstration, but you may not be impressed. And yes, we have heard questions like yours before. If we sent a warning note back in time, even if we got it into the right hands and someone believed it, it would not change the present. Assuming that their universe is the same as our own and not a parallel universe, which we can't assume, nothing would change. The note would have been part of history all along, or would be prevented by physical law. Read about the Novikov self-consistency principle for a full account. For a similar reason, we can't technically prove that we achieved time travel at this stage. We're unable to pinpoint the exact time and location we send things. Even so, say we atomized a mobile phone and reassembled it in the 19th century, just as someone was painting a scene. That phone would have always been in their painting, and there would always have been an explanation for it. You're welcome to visit, and we can add you to our calendar. Sooner is better than later. I don't know how much longer the lab will be open. Okay, 84 and 85. The Novikov self-consistency principle suggests that in a single timeline, if time travel is possible, history must be consistent even to the point of time traveler's free will being constricted by physical law. This one says reverse the clock. I like that. You also have that phone in their painting. By coincidence, Ferdinand Waldmüller painted Die Erwartet, the expected one, sometime around 1860. And in this painting, a woman appears to be walking along a path, looking down at an object in her hands. Waldmüller died soon after this painting. It is assumed that the mystery object is a prayer book. However, in the late 20th century, someone identified it as a mobile phone. I'm going to go for this one. First available option. If you could go back in time, what would you say to yourself? Return to the preface. In the margins, write a warning to your past self. The Phantom Authority surfaces and prevents you from giving your warning in anything but vague and general terms. Cross out this task and reverse the clock. Okay. Shall free my face shape from the tyranny of the clock. Okay, let's write a warning in the preface. Is there already going to be a warning there? Is that what this is going to be about? No. Okay. Do not read the book. Put it down and throw it away. It is not interesting or valuable. Do not waste your time. I admit that I have become completely and utterly fascinated by these books, and today I discovered another piece of the puzzle in the transcription of an 18th century diary. What caused her to collect these texts? It feels as though they were always for me. The people in these books are time travellers of their own variety, the Rip Van Winkles of Italy and England. They are sleepers waiting to be roused, and it makes me wonder, could there be a connection between some of these texts? Moreover, can I let myself believe that magic is real? And even if I didn't believe it, would it hurt to try? Rip Van Winkle is a story about a man who accidentally time travels 20 years into the future. He partakes in a strong liquor that puts him in a deep sleep. When he wakes up, he's on the other side of the American Revolution. Yes, I would say this is like House of Leaves, the RPG. It is very odd. Like, so far, I have written on basically every page that I've turned to, including large scrawling, crazed writings. I have ripped out pages and taped them in. I have thrown the book across the room. I have filled in gaps in poetry. I have punched a hole through a page with a pencil here. It's very odd. Very interesting, though. I think it's very, very well done. There are things that have been written here where that have made me like intentionally look for references to things and then I've kind of given up looking because the reference didn't come, and then it comes and I don't expect it. I think the author is some sort of genius or possibly a lunatic. Okay, follow the first available prompts. While you are reading, you become so absorbed by the fiction that you feel disoriented when you re-emerge, like sleep inertia, and you wonder if you're actually dreaming this whole time. Make sure that you're still awake, such as by pinching yourself. Did it hurt? Are you awake? Write it in the margins. My first thought was I should stab myself with a pen, but that seems a bad idea. Ow, that did hurt. Okay. They are sleepers. Not me, I'm awake. Yeah, I've the same thing. Like you can only do it once. Like it does say, like after you play it like 3 times or something, give it to someone else. But I really don't think you could, because there's so much writing in it. Like it just wouldn't be the same experience. But on the plus side, it is a cheap print-on-demand book, so like it's not really much of an issue to like destroy the book, pretty much. Though possibly a bit too cheap, as pages have actually been falling out. Right, okay, where are we now? We're on page 64, so we're very nearly near the end. Yep, page 68 is the last. We're on page 64. All of this reading on time travel and Rip Van Winkles has got me giddy with nervous excitement. I half believe the things I read, and I suppose you can call my nervous excitement hope. This morning I pondered verb tense while assembling my book. Can a time traveller use the future perfect tense, where everyone else uses past tense? On the off chance I go back in time, I will have told you my perspective. The future perfect tense is an action that will be completed before an event or action in the future. In my perspective, yes, a time traveller who will go back in time can use the future perfect tense, but it depends on when they are in their travels. A covert time traveller must take care not to betray themselves with their language. A time traveller may also use the future perfects for something that happens in the future. Language is a cloudy mirror, you think, a dim reflection of who we are and what we have experienced, and the language we use also shapes us and how we perceive ourselves. Flip through the book and look at what you have written, including the notes that you don't remember writing. When you're done, return to this page. In the margins reflects on what your writing says about you. I mean, I think my writings chart my descent into madness as I play this game. Like, very early on in the book, I'm identifying anagrams and drawing crying faces, and writing tearful stories about memories of my grandma, scribbling out entire paragraphs and writing resist change in big letters. The poet is a mighty god. Here is a page that I was instructed to tear out. Yeah. Do I have to write what it says about me? What prompt was this? 87. In the margins reflects on what your writing says about you. My scrawled marginalia would chart my descent into madness if I had not been there from the beginning. Yes, I'd say this is definitely not exactly a journaling game, but it's definitely a game where the game book is part of the game. Like the rules for this game are here. These are the rules. This box. The entire rest of the book is all game. But yeah, I agree. Like with journaling games, if a nice journal comes with it, I wouldn't want to use it. Like with Song of the Scriptworm, for instance, yesterday, it had like some sheets at the back of the book for writing notes in, and I wouldn't do that with a physical copy of it because you only do that once, and you can replay the game. But with this, like you can't really replay it because you've already had the experience once. So in this case, I think it's fine. But I have a similar issue with like legacy board games where you like put stickers in the rulebook or cross things out or whatever. I don't like those because then you can't, like once you play through it once, you can't get the experience of playing through it again. But with this, I think you wouldn't really want to play it again. Not because it's bad, it's very good, but because you can only experience it once. I don't think it would be as interesting if you were to play it again already knowing what happened. Am I dreaming or just desperate? The world is on fire around me and I have half forgotten it in my waking sleep. Could this be the place where, the time when, I can find the peace to write my books, to read her poems? Surely not. I've always been one to ponder 100 decisions and indecisions, but I cannot ponder now, and in short, I'm afraid. It will be worth it, after all. In this entry, Dupiggy alluded to T.S. Eliot's anti-Carpe Diem poem, The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock, suggesting that he identifies with Prufrock. Although Prufrock obviously does not appear in these entries, he almost functions as a foil to Dupiggy. Dupiggy contrasts with a man who is transfixed by time in that he commits to overcoming his anxieties. Plug's allusion to commitment confuses you. By your count, there are 6 question marks in this entry alone, and half of them provide uncertain endings to declarative statements. Add a few questions of your own to the margins. What burning questions has this book and its stories left you with? Yeah, I think that'll be a fun way to play 1000-Year-Old Vampire, because, I mean, I have it on my shelf, let me just grab it. Obviously, 1000-Year-Old Vampire is a beautiful book. But then for the prompts, you have all these, like, a lot of space beneath them, as if you're supposed to write there. I guess. I mean, there is like art beneath them, but it's kind of faded into the background. So I get the impression that one intended way to play 1000-Year-Old Vampire is to actually write beneath the prompts, but that would feel really odd to me because then you're kind of ruining the book. You can't really use it again in the same way afterwards. Write in the margin what burning questions this book has left you with. I mean, the theme of the book is about putting your soul into a book and then kind of being reborn inside the reader. So the burning question that this book is leaving me with is, like, in the world of this book, like, taking this to be a real thing, not just a game, is it real? Is it all real or just metaphor? Can the author be reborn from the book? Oh yeah, this book is going to look super used at the end. Travelling makes me anxious. Even before the end, travelling made me anxious. That's especially the case now. And as I drive, the signs of 1,000 new anxieties blur by me. What if the book can travel but the soul cannot? Does the soul retain memories? And without certain memories, will I still be me? How can I help myself remember? I'm putting the final touches on my book. What if I've done something wrong? What if I need to use the book again? Can it be reused, or is another edition required? Can you distribute yourself among several books? When and where will the book travel to? I need more time, there is never enough time, and yet when you're on the road there is too much time to dwell on the future. Okay, number 90. Will I still be me? Dupiggy's question evokes the grandfather's axe paradox, also known as the ship of Theseus thought experiment, which asks whether an object retains its identity if the parts that constitute the whole have been replaced, or go missing in this case. I have always suspected, that this thought experiment is less of a paradox than it is a sign of linguistic power. Constituent parts will shift, they always do, and although the words and names we use to identify things remain the same, the truth is that the meanings and connotations of those words and names are always shifting too, from moment to moment. We can call it grandfather's axe after we replace the handle, although this grandfather's axe is obviously not the same as grandfather's axe one day ago. A word, a name especially, can contain that change if we want it to. Is the point that identity is an organizing structure imposed by the human mind? No. Rather, it is that we can wield language as a powerful magic. Oh, this is a long prompt. Grandfather's axe can have none of its original parts, and yet we can assemble another axe from the original pieces. Yet the sorcery of language is that in our mind, Grandfather's axe no longer fits the axe that has been assembled from its original pieces, unless, of course, we don the mantle of the poet and make it so. I seem to be tangenting here, but I once read about a woman who was the victim of a horrible car accident. When she woke, she felt as though she had suffered a sea change. The accident impacted her hopes for the future, and she had lost most of her memory. And yet she had the same body and the same family, and many of her memories returned to her over time. She felt the same, but different. Within the year, she changed her name from Nadia to Diana. The accident shuffled her around like an anagram, and still, language could contain it and complete her transformation for others. It is your turn to ramble, you think. You have been drawing conclusions, although you feel disoriented and dreamy. You can feel the book and its history puzzled together in your mind. You think you are spinning the matter, and it is your turn to stream your consciousness. You place your pencil on the paper, but the words plug in a trickle, not sensing together. Complete the first available task below. Words come out as near nonsense. In place of verbs, use nouns, swap your periods and question marks. Answer. Why did Grandma heirloom this book when she monstered you? Cross out this task. Okay. Why did Grandma heirloom me this book? But I have to use verbs instead of nouns and swap periods and question. Okay. I mean, I've speculated on why Grandma gave me this book. It seems to be a book about kind of transferring the mind via the book into someone else. So I've got pages falling out. I feel this is especially cheap as print-on-demand books go. I know I've thrown it across a room, but still. Anyway, I've speculated on why I think Grandma willed me this book. It is a book which has many allusions to transferring the soul through magic ink and mental confusion and so on. And we know that Grandma did not like me. So I think Grandma has willed me this book in order to take over my body and be reborn after her death. And it was me specifically because she doesn't like me, and therefore if she's going to sacrifice a family member, it's going to be one she doesn't like. Verbs instead of nouns. Swap periods and question marks. Shouting gave me this writing. So she can be Reborn in me? Question mark. Sure, let's go with that. I could scribble some more, but that's okay. Reading is a journey, a road. They say that when we read... Man, I was wondering how we were going to get through all the prompts because there's like 99 prompts and we're nearly at the end and we're only on 90. But then I see we've got like 91 all the way through 98 just on 2 pages. Which means prompt 99 is not referenced anywhere. Anyway, reading is a journey, a road. They say that when we read, we reach the state of transport, which seems an appropriate name. Even before they understood it, psychologists liken transport to hypnosis, including the legendary behaviorist B.F. Skinner. Transport is when we are most susceptible to the fiction and the most suggestible. It is during transport, I suppose, when the author's soul is transplanted into the reader's mind, although it is still asleep. And as in hypnosis, there are ways to wake the soul, a countdown, a magic word, and when I say it, you'll wake. Only the GG expounds on this. The word must be subtle, but not too subtle, enough to jolt the soul awake. Tomorrow, I arrive in Madison. Okay. Reading is a road. Dupiggy's metaphor is not original. In Greek, the word for journey or road is some Greek term, and it is used metaphorically to refer to epic poetry, the long road. As the revised edition, I have also heard the term ergodic, which combines the Greek words for work and journey to describe literature in which the reader must exert effort to traverse the text. The journey metaphor is intuitive enough that we can say we are lost in our books, although we usually mean that in a positive sense. Okay. The state of transport. Transport is when external stimuli fade and the reader is carried away by the simulated fiction of the story. We use similar metaphors for this as well, such as the ability of literature to move someone and our desire to escape into a book. In Greek, hypnos means sleep, though hypnosis does not facilitate a sleep state. There is much debate about whether the hypnotic state is even a state, but awakening is the term that is most commonly used to describe the re-emergence of one's consciousness, if not the value of figurative language. Got up to 93. Okay, so that's the last one. I was hoping one of these prompts would be about winding back the clock, because my clock is... No, my clock is not full. I'm not fully absorbed by the book. My face shape is still missing. So I guess it's kind of okay as long as I don't advance the clock. Okay, I'm going to go for 92, the state of transport. You want to escape, but you feel uncertain, as if you've been captivated by the book, manacled by the magic of its words, and its sorcery drains you. Look at your clock, then return to the page. In the margins reflect, will you escape? I think I will escape, only just. I will escape, this book does not hold me, my clock is not yet full. The final page. With an amazingly timed ad break, so let's run the ad break now, and then we will do the final page and look at the final prompts. So I will see you in a moment after ad jail. Okay, the final page. It is time to act, to force the moment to its crisis. I've invested my authority in this book, though I do not know if it will be read, much less understood, or what authority remains after the author's death. I have my appointments at the lab this morning, and it is time. Time past and time future, what might have been and what has been, point to one end which is always present. But I am afraid all that is left is to write this final page. I should have been a pair of ragged claws scuttling across the floors of silent seas. It is time to wake the sleeper. It is time. Hurry up, please, it's time. It is time. I have punched the holes and must bind the pages together. It is time to grow a spine. Hang on, we jump from prompt 93 to 98. What about the intervening ones? What is this? Okay, well, I guess let's go to 98. Grow a spine. Do Piggy Hamlet about the death of the author, and that every book is eternally written here and now within the reader. But what if the book cannot be separated from its author? Look at what is the formatting of this writing? Let us assert the death of... Oh my god. Let us assert the death of the reader, the possibility of a narrative tyrant that imposes definitive meaning, an ultimate authority who wakes inside every reader, who surrenders their spine to the book. The pages of your book begin to shuffle wildly. Flip from the front of your book to the back and stop before you hit the endnotes. If you land on a stricken page, flip again. Add the page numbers together on the recto page to determine how long you've been occupied with the book, then strike the page number. How many days have you been lost in this book? Okay. If you spent 12 or more days in the book, advance the clock. Okay, so flip from the front to the back and stop before you hit the endnotes. I mean, so we got 68. I mean, the pages are in sequence, yeah. That's what I thought they were. So look at a recto page that is unstricken. That is 63. I don't really get the striking of the pages thing it mentions. Oh, I've still got my model covered up. I don't really get this striking of the pages that it mentions, because it's always if it adds to more than 12, which it only ever did the first time. So I'm not sure why it keeps asking me to check that. So I've not spent 12 or more days. Do Piggy's final words wake you from your trance, but they also wake something dangerous inside of you. Needles prick the length of your back, spreading from your tailbone to the top of your spine, like something is being sewn into your body. If your clock has struck midnight, it has not. My face shape is not there. If your clock has yet to strike midnight, you're able to suppress the thing that has awakened inside of you. Your spine shudders as you push the phantom from your body and back into the book, which suddenly slams shut. You don't dare to open the book again, except to write a warning in the front matter and deface your nearly formed portraits. Okay. Where is prompt... Where are these other prompts? Like, where's prompt 97? Oh. This endnote was included in error and duplicates endnote 67. Ah. Okay. What about 96, though? He doesn't mention that. Yeah. This endnote does not have a superscript in the text. Okay. So yeah, it includes endnotes that aren't referenced in the text, which is kind of weird. Anyway, okay, I guess I survived. I have to deface my picture now, literally deface it. There we go. And I can't help but notice prompt 99 here. This is surely going to be another another Virginia cipher, right? Surely with the key being spine. So let's flip back over to our Virginia cipher decryptor, and we'll go to, it's going to be here. Let's copy this in. Probably a full outfit. Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe the key isn't spine. Oh well. The end. Grandchild, I am sorry. I don't want to live forever. I just want to write something timeless. I want to make something without ending, but I do not have the talent to do it in one lifetime. Even if I did, I don't know how I can. In a garden so distractingly ripe, so distressingly rotten as this, if you reject me, please pass me to your cousin or someone who can appreciate my ambition. Okay. Well, that was spine. That was quite something. Whew. Okay. Right. So that is the end of any week. I believe voting for the Ennies is still open until, I think it closes sometime tomorrow, so there is time to vote. But before that, I'm going to rank them now myself. So, spine is a clear number 1. That's not very visible. Let's go for. Let's see. Is that going to be fine? Spine is a clear number 1. It's not really replayable, so it does have that weakness to it, which is a pretty severe weakness for a game. Let's be fair, but I think the award, like this is like the Ennies are an award thing, right? Something can't just be like a like, it's okay for something to be kind of arty and weird in it, and it really succeeded at that. I found myself very drawn into this one, very engaged with it. Particularly with the acrostics that came up a few times. You know, it dropped hints to there being acrostics, and I kept an eye out for them, and I didn't spot any. And then there was a prompt like that was something like, if you didn't already notice the acrostic in this paragraph, advance the clock. And I was like, curses! It got me. It primed me to look for acrostics and then made me drop my defenses by not having any for a while. It was just really, really well done. I'll probably never play this again, because I think I've spoiled the experience for myself now. Not really spoiled, I've had the experience now. But yeah, it was really good. At the other end, I would say Odyssey of the Giant is clearly 5. It is the worst of the bunch, I'm sad to say. It's not like an inherently bad game or anything, it's just that Odyssey of the Giant is... There were some like mechanical issues that I had with it, like why does the giant have stats if they're never actually used? Why do we have a hex map if we have no incentive to travel any direction other than north? The fact that we had to roll twice to determine kind of what the giant did felt a little bit clunky. That maybe should have been one roll, or the rolls should have influenced each other more. But those are all like small mechanical issues. The bigger flaw with it, I would say, is that it was just a very standard journaling game. Like, it didn't really do anything special. So I would not consider it deserving an award. Like, I have played other games released in the last year which are more interesting than Odyssey of the Giants. It doesn't do anything special, really. Then, the 3 in the middle. This is going to be really tough. So generally, what I thought about them, Bonsai Diary I wouldn't say Bonsai Diary is a game. And this isn't like weird gatekeeping. It's because there was no win or lose condition. It was just a sequence of prompts to write a little short story and draw a picture as you went along. There's no way to win the game, no way to lose the game, no rules, really. You could have sold it as a creative writing exercise and it would have been exactly the same experience. So I would not call the Bonsai Diary a game, which I'm not really sure where that puts it, but it's a point against it. Pirouettes, I feel, was mechanically interesting. Its use of yeah, I can see the argument that Bonsai Diary is actually a game. I would just personally not consider it a game because there's no win or lose condition, no randomness, no rules beyond just read the thing and write a response to it. But others would disagree, and like I wouldn't die on this hill. It's just personally I would not consider it a game. Pirouettes, I think, was mechanically interesting. It had a good use of a tarot deck as a randomizer in a way that couldn't easily be replicated with dice. And the block tower, I know a lot of games use block towers now. So that's not like a super unique thing, I suppose, anymore. I personally not played a game that used a block tower before, even though I replicated it with an online die roller. But it had a few like interesting mechanical things going for it. So I would definitely put it at like the upper tier of journaling games, and it also feels very replayable. So I probably put Bonsai Diary up for. That's not a 4. Let's just draw it as 2 lines. So Pirouette, interesting. Song of the Scriptworm, also interesting. I think I personally enjoyed Song of the Scriptworm more than I enjoyed Pirouettes. It also had kind of interesting mechanics with the like collection deck, like a divination aid. I liked how many random tables and things were in Song of the Scriptworm. I liked that it had, for instance, like both locations and tables to generate locations, and characters and tables to generate characters. That was good. I like it when games with oracles do that. They give you a choice of making it up yourself or using like a more fleshed out thing the author has come up with. I would also consider Song of the Scriptworm very replayable. I'm not really sure how I would rank these two relative to each other, so I just put them like, let's put them at joint 3, 2. They're both very fun. Yeah, I don't feel super strongly about these 3 in the middle, but definitely Spine was on top for me, and Odyssey the Giant was at the bottom. So I'll be voting in the ENNIEs after I end the stream and make myself some food. And I guess we will wrap it up here. So thank you for joining me in this ENNIE week journey. I hope they do keep solo RPGs as a category in the ENNIEs going forwards. It'd be nice to do this again next year. But we will wrap it up here. Let's see what's coming up next. So next week won't quite be back to normal because I'm going to be away on Friday and Saturday, but there will be a game on Monday, some sort of one-shot. I have a few ideas in mind, but I will pick something and post about that on Blue Sky tomorrow. Then properly back to normal the week after next. So we'll wrap it up here. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.